You ready?
Ready.
Ready when ready.
Ready, Matthew.
Wait, not ready.
Matthew, are
Wait.
you ready, Matthew?
Wait, look.
I can't hear you, Matthew.
I'm loving the t-shirt.
Yeah.
I see a unicorn. That's all I say. It's a unicorn.
Okay, now I'm ready.
Matthew, you ready? Matthew, we can't hear you. Say it again.
Can't hear you.
Matthew.
Can't hear you.
It's gonna be one of those.
Matthew's not ready, guys.
What are you buying?
Can't hear you.
Matthew.
You're silent. Silent as the dead. Ironically.
Wait, no, but matter of fact, okay, yeah, we're good. Let's keep playing, guys. It's the best game of D&D ever. Get it? It's a bad joke.
I wish everyone was ready for D&D.
I know, man. Sad
It's not like we do this every time.
Yeah. Maybe go ahead and do the intro. One of these, some of these people aren't ready yet.
So, Matt, what are you trying to say?
Alright. Welcome to Commit to the Role. The game where we play Dungeons and Dragons and Timfer rides a red dragon around. Impossibly. Previously on Dungeons and Dragons, the Blue Gnome Group infiltrates the Black Keep in search of the mighty leader of the dragon cult, Severin, a man who once upon a time found a red dragon mask, befriended a red dragon, and took over the cult of the dragon to raise Tiamat from the Nine Hells and take over the world. But the Blue Gnome Group sent a group of intrepid adventurers to the front of the keep, distracting and drawing out the bulk of the force of Severin's army to enter into a battle that they knew that they couldn't win, but Severin's force would overwhelm them, and that they were willing to give their lives in service to the cause. And the Blue Gnome Group used the opportunity to sneak into the back, kill all the chefs. In fact, I discovered some more. Killed most of the chefs, and in the end ended up in a battle in the courtyard with Nergoth Bladelord and a bunch of high-ranking cultists. The battle started well with the group taking shots at random members on the west side and sweeping across, trying to take everyone down until the fight broke out properly. And Nergoth Bladelord entered into the battle with his zombies, who were quite nicely by Zeely caught in a big bubble. And Severin stepped out into the courtyard from the second floor, drew his sword, and entered into the battle. But before things could get seriously going, a couple of moves from Timfer and a hold person spell from, I think, Neros blew the legendary resistances of, or the one legendary resistance of Severin, who then succumbed to a dominate spell from Timfer, who turned into a little bird, sat on his shoulder, and told him to go and find a red dragon. He flew off on this red dragon, with Timfer on the shoulder of the cult leader on the back of a red dragon, into the air. Timfer only had a minute, though, for this spell to last, and all he had time to do was to start burning things before the dominate spell would run out. So he flew into the air as high as he could, told Severin with the last of the dominate spell's force to give him his dragon mask, which I think was a genius idea. Timfer puts on the dragon mask onto his smaller head, which shrinks to fit him, and pushes off the Severin off the dragon. Severin, unable to resist the effect, just slips from the side of the dragon and begins to fall. The dragon instinctively wants to go and save him, but Timfer tells him not to, and tells him that tries to deceive him into thinking that Timfer is the new head of the cult, that his defeat of Severin means that that he should be considered the new head of the cult and that the Red Dragon should follow him because he still wants to raise Tiamat, but that they must start over. He knows he needs to roll 2 25s. He rolls a 26 and a 28 with only a +9 benefit, but with advantage, courtesy of the Red Dragon mask. And the Red Dragon, against its own kind of better thinking in a sense, is affected by the magic of the mask and agrees, leaving Severin to plummet, very likely to his doom, something in the region of about 400 feet. Timfer then glides the Red Dragon down, instructing it to destroy the Cult of the Dragon with the aim of starting over. And the Red Dragon flies down and starts incinerating cultists everywhere that it can find them. This gives the Blue Gnome Group's allies renewed vigor, and all of them begin to charge forward, pushing the forces of the Cult of the Dragon back, who are now panicked and in disarray if they aren't incinerated and turned to ash. And those at the back begin to flee back into the Black Keep, hoping that they can escape, only to be met with the forces of the Blue Gnome Group swinging south, as Ureth smashing people in the face with his shield and freezing them solid with his blade. Seraphina doing a little raptor run, sprinting left and right and shooting people, pinning them to the wall with crossbow bolts. Zeely bamfing all over the place with his little teleports, leaving trails of red smoke behind as he bamps from one location to another and stabs people with this long, flaming bow. And Lenneth throwing fireballs into the fray and detonating them in the distance, watching people who are running from one fiery mess into another at Lenneth's creation, and Neros with his horde of undead at the back of the group, picking off anybody who manages to get through and crushing them under the weight of resurrected dragon cultist warriors. When the dust begins to settle, the Blue Gnome Group have decimated the field. There are plenty of cultists still alive, but they are scattered to the winds. Those that can flee to the east and to the west. The north being blocked by the keep and them being funneled down into fighting the Blue Gnome Group. And to the south, most of them falling to a dwarven shield wall and elvish druids, not to mention some of the strongest spellcasters in the land, summoning lightning bolts and using telekinesis to crush cultists in their droves. And amidst it all is a red dragon, under the control, to some extent, of Timfer, burning cultists as much as he can. At some point, Timfer, in the back of his mind, knows that he's going to have to give this dragon a new instruction, but the dragon, until that time, will continue to follow his last one, incinerating cultists as they try to flee. And Timfer, you watch, just like, you crane your head over, you're tiny compared to this enormous behemoth, and it arcs down, and as it sort of dispenses its payload, you see people that are caught in the main blast are just ashen and destroyed as soon as they get hit. Some others are set on fire and running, and people on the outskirts are still caught by the flames and wounded, but sprinting and screaming into the night. What do you guys want to do?
Were we heading out on the field to assist the guys on the other side?
Yeah, I think I'd just be like running and cutting people down, looking for the, thunder spells, the lady and all that. Hopefully they're over there somewhere.
All right. Is everyone following Ureth just out into the field?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Fine.
So you crossed. Sorry, Neros, was that something you were going to do?
No, fine, I'll go.
How you talking?
I walk with him. You charge out through the south gate and across the bridge that spans a small chasm that protects the front of this keep. And you sprint out into the field. It's a long, huge, effectively this mud, this cloggy, mudded field now where thousands of people were camped and have now kind of marched across it. And in the rain, they've just destroyed what was there. Now they're just sprinting and running, and it's got this kind of, Sunday night of like Monday morning of Glastonbury kind of effect, where it's decimated. The ground has been trodden to destruction, and there's only just a few people dotted around. Others are sprinting away, but there are bodies littering the ground. Many from where you are here incinerated, and those few stragglers, these like tens of these small groups, like 10-20 people, as they see you, they just run as fast as they can in the other direction. And in the distance you can still see a horde of cultists still battling up against this shield wall of dwarves, but they're maybe sort of 700 feet away from you right now. And as you march straight across the field heading towards this fight, you meet the back of this group, who barely see you coming as you draw swords and strike at the back of them. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
The battle is over after about 20 or so minutes, as you drive into the back of this force that's in a proper battle with the forces of Waterdeep. But you can see that the Waterdeep forces are actually holding their own much better than they might have done. The Red Dragon, having destroyed a good swathe of the middle of this army, are now kind of picking off stragglers to the left and right, picking them up and dropping them from a height. You draw swords and start throwing spells and smash into the back of this small force, and they break relatively easily, the last of them getting decimated by a lightning bolt from thunder spells, meeting a lightning bolt from Lenneth as this poor guy gets completely destroyed between two forces. And as the Blue Gnome Group pushes through and starts fighting, you hear cheers from the dwarves heading up into the air, and the people behind just all screaming out, and there's suddenly this kind of renewed energy as they just start pushing forward, forging two walls to the left and right as they force the cultists back, and they break and run. And as they run, the dwarves lift shield and just start to chase after them. Slowly, they can't catch them very easily. They're not as fast. They're moving across muddy fields, but a couple of them throw axes just to kind of catch a few stragglers, and they just keep sprinting away. And the group, this Waterdeep group, just call into the air, Blue Gnome Group! Blue Gnome Group! And you can just hear them screaming out your names, and just like screaming cheers, and elves are hugging dwarves, and and there are knights barreling in. From your left you can see, cutting down stragglers, a few still mounted, and you can see a couple of the Neverwinter Templars and soldiers just sitting still astride their horses after all this time, amazingly not been unseated yet. And as the battle begins to kind of die down, you can see people just rushing up and like clasping hands with you. You recognize a good many of them. People like, the Lord Neverember, for example, comes running up. Sir Isteval, recognizing you. Neverember completely ignoring Lenneth as he clasps hands with Ureth from astride his horse still, as is Sir Isteval, both still mounted. And Sir Isteval gets down. He clasps one hand to his chest as he plants his other one in yours and just kind of brings each of you in for a small hug. And as this is going on, you notice that in the back there's a small group of people that aren't running forward, and you can see that there's a sort of an unusual air, like an air of sadness and an upset in the back of this sort of pack. As you can see that there's a group of people all standing very closely trying to help. I mean, there's bodies of elves and dwarves everywhere, but somebody in the back has fallen.
Before we get into the sadness and upset, are there any ladies in the group of people congratulating us?
Roll me a perception check.
Asking for your friend.
Perception. Oh, in the wrong. Oh.
Oh!
Natural 20.
Natural 20?
Ladies.
You, as you
Hone in on one.
You notice this very beautiful elvish druid who kind of pushes her hood back off her head, and you can see this sort of long auburn hair that just trails down her shoulders that's dry, the hood having managed to keep her relatively well protected. And as she casts it back, you can see this kind of overjoyed face as she's kind of just steps towards the group, throws her bow down to one side, and looks like she's going to go in to kind of grab somebody by the hand.
I grab her. I give her one of these.
Wham! As you kind of sweep her off her feet and kiss her, and you can just see her kind of like suddenly tense up from the moment, and then like immediately just like she's, in spite of herself, just absorbed in Zeely.
Then I go on for a little bit, then I drop her.
In the mud, just
Keep running.
Is it the druid from the Misty Forest?
yeah.
That was the bard. It was the bard, wasn't it?
Yeah, there is a bard, but she's riding astride it's an owl, a large white owl, which is another druid that she's riding, and she's been arcing through the air, and you can see her just kind of arcing above you now, just kind of waving and shouting down to you, Xylera.
Oh, that's the one. I thought you was kissing Xylera, but it was never mind. It wasn't her.
Xylera would have quipped.
Do I see thunder spells?
Looking around, you do see thunder spells standing around this group. There's a sort of... There is a kind of smile on his face that's sort of slight... It's a slight smile. There's sadness in his eyes, but at the same time, I don't know, maybe a look of slight pride.
Is he like? Are we all just like basically standing together now, all of us?
No, you're about maybe 50 feet from, more like 100 feet away from this small group at the back. Lots of people are celebrating and cheering, but in the back there's just a small group clustered around, and a few more are coming to look to see what's going on as time goes on.
That's where thunder spells is in the back.
Yeah, Thunderspells is looking at, he's a part of that small group, kind of looking down.
Alright. I'm just gonna start walking that way. I don't want to shake anyone's hands or hug anybody.
What's happening with your zombies, by the way?
I am letting them feast on some corpses.
Just chowing down on like
So
barbecue.
Yeah.
Barbecue cultist. All right.
I just tell everyone those are my zombies. It's okay. They're mine. They won't harm you. Then I'm gonna go to the back room.
All right. Neros, as you get close to this group, you can see that there is somebody lying on the ground. It's difficult to see, there's too many people, and another person is kind of cradling them and has a hand over their face.
I instinctively run over and kneel down and see who it is.
You kneel down, kind of pushing people to the side, and you take a look, and Ureth, there's this sudden impact as a woman grabs you and hugs you from behind. And as you kind of turn to face her, it's the Lady of Waterdeep, looking into your face, and she just says, "Ureth, you made it."
My lady, I for a moment I thought you were gone.
And you, and she grabs you and hugs you.
I hug her back.
Near us on the ground, as you push people forward, you can see that there is a sort of a young elven prince cradling the head of his father, King Melandrach.
Decapitated head?
Yes. As he picks it up, it pulls away from the body in this really awkward fashion.
Like father, like son, right? No, but he's intact, right? Yeah, the body's intact.
As you see, the body is intact.
Okay, good. Yeah,
There are like you can see that he's been struck by 2 arrows in the chest, and one has been sort of half pushed to try to kind of begin to try to seal the wound, but it looks like it has been unsuccessful, and King Melandrak's eyes are closed as King Alagarthas now places his hand over his eyes and just you can see he says a prayer, and there is a kind of somber mood as people are upset, but at the same time you can see that people like Tern are have this sort of almost slight pride and, you know, knowledge that what they were doing was the right thing, and that, you know, he died as a hero in a sense. And though Tern has this quiver to his eyes, you can see he's clearly saddened by the loss, but he's there's still a slight kind of warmth to his expression.
All right. And the prince's name, his name was
Alagarthas.
Alagarthas, right? He's the one that we helped in the village.
Yes.
And he's cradling his father?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I returned him. How long is your father? How long did you pass?
He passed moments ago. I thought I could save him, but I can't. I don't have the skill. There are no clerics here.
Can I cast?
If you cast Animate Dead, I swear to God, dude.
No. Time and place. Can I cast Healing Word on him?
You can try, absolutely.
The 3rd level. Let's see. 9.
You place a hand to your holy symbol and place another one on the chest of the fallen king. And as your radiant light kind of passes through your arm and into his chest, you can feel the cold of his body through your hand, and it does not seem to have any effect.
King Alagarthas, I'm afraid your father is gone.
You can see he just kind of puts his head in his hand, and you can see him bite back the tears. And he just kind of looks up to you and he says, "Thank you for trying."
It's not an easy thing to lose one's brother and father in such a short period of time, but this is when your people will need you the most. You are the king now. I put my hand on his shoulder and just give it a squeeze and stand back up.
You can see a couple of the elves behind you just follow suit and tap him on the shoulder and tap him on the back, and you can see he just begins to weep silently.
Alright.
Moved by your words, particularly.
Are there any elven, I don't want to say commander-looking types? Anyone like a captain or?
Yeah, there are a couple of what would be the equivalent of the King's Guard.
Okay.
Many have fallen. You can see what must have happened here is impossible to tell, but many of many of the elves have fallen, and there are still 2 standing nearby that are looking. One of them has got a serious wound on his left arm. It's gaping and open and bleeding, and he's sort of clutching it with his other hand, and he's nearby.
Okay, I'll approach him and healing word him as well. 3rd level.
You watch as you place your hand over his hand as it's clutching the wound, and you grab your holy symbol, and the radiant energy passes through your hand and into his arm, and you can see the wound just begin to seal and close beneath your hand.
Alright, I have to take my hand off his shoulder, and I tell him that perhaps he should fetch some men and gather up King Melandrak's remains and transport somewhere safely. I'm sure Alagarthas will want to see his father off properly.
Yes, of course. I will, at once. And he goes. You can see him step aside, grab a couple of the elven druids, and sort of hurry off to go and find something appropriate to carry him.
That's it for me.
Where's Timber?
You look up and you see him arcing off like maybe about 400 meters away, just swooping down and decimating a small group of people that are just sprinting away. And you're not quite sure whether Timfer's ordering like the massacre of more people or whether he has just got himself over his head and he doesn't know what to do now.
You hear a half cheer, half scream from the sky, like.
Timfer, the dragon, as it arcs round and decimates another few, you just see this plume of fire strikes the ground and another kind of heat wave hits you on the back as you just feel it. You're beginning to sweat beneath this heat, and you just hear this as the flame just consumes another group of people, and there's nothing but ash as it just incinerates them instantly.
What people are we talking about?
These are cultists who are running away off to the east and west. They're sprinting away as fast as they can towards woodland to the east and off into fields and ultimately marshland far away, but they won't get far. Indeed. So, Timfer, the dragon hasn't spoken to you in a while. It seems to just be really enjoying itself.
Me too. Having a whale of a time. I guess when like most of them are gone, I will try and command him as best I can to land.
All right.
Hey, I think we got him. Let's land now, please.
The dragon kind of arcs its head a little towards you and just says, "The Blue Gnome Group forces remain. We should incinerate them now, while they are weakened."
No, they're on our side now, remember? I told you before.
Stupid dragon.
I am trusting you, little one. Do not betray me, it would not be wise.
Imagine I can feel his voice because he's so massive.
Right through the
Rumbling
groin.
underneath me
Yeah. Up through the groin.
Yeah. As I'm doing my best to straddle his drive.
Holding onto one scale between two hands. It glides down and keeping like a couple of 100 meters from this group, not entirely trusting that this isn't some kind of trap. He slams into the ground and comes to rest amidst the bodies, countless bodies that are beginning to sink gradually into the mud. And he stops.
Sorry. Near us.
Yeah,
Right.
he's about a couple of 100 feet to a couple of 100 meters to the north of you. So he's near, but not that close.
So I just,
Knowing that there are kind of spellcasters in that group who would be potentially a match for him in a fight.
so I attempt to hop down, and I imagine I fall like a 5-story fall.
You can roll me an acrobatics check if you like, or an athletics check. So acrobatics if you want to jump off and try to land in the mud without breaking both legs, and athletics if you want to try and climb down his scales.
I mean, I imagine there's no way I'm jumping off like a cool guy. I imagine I would try and climb, but it would just be like a slide.
Yeah.
Like when a kid tries to get off a sofa, just like.
You're getting down somehow.
Well, athletics then, is it?
Yeah, you can choose one of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not jumping acrobatically.
And Timfer dies.
Athletics. Here we go. That's not bad. A 9.
9.
Yeah.
All right. You climb your way down, and then lose your grip about halfway, and it's just sliding down these scales like on your tummy, just backwards, like, and you slip off the end and slam into the ground. It doesn't do any damage, mostly because your fall is cushioned by mud and bodies. You land into it, and it's actually like landing on a mattress, and it's got slightly hard bits around it that just are uncomfortable to lean on as you lift yourself up. The dragon, as it sees you hit the ground, just kind of turns its enormous head, which is several times your size alone, and it arcs itself towards you, and just says,
What would you have me do?
Wait here while I go and speak with my army.
It arcs its head a little closer to you so that its like nose, which is the size of like size of a Ford Fiesta, just kind of really close to you, and you just hear in your face quietly. He says it so quietly to him, and it's almost deafening to you. He just says,
Our army.
Jeez.
Yes. Our army.
Can we see Timfer from here?
"Yes."
I nudge Uref and I say, Uref, I bet you 100 gold pieces that dragon eats Timfer in the next 20 minutes.
Perhaps, Cecilia, we should go check on Tinfer. The fight's not over yet.
Okay.
I start walking towards the group. I do my best impression of a cool guy walk.
Let him know.
Giant dragon behind me.
The dragon spits a small plume of fire at a corpse it sees moving, and there's this little like burst of flame behind you as you're walking down. Cool guys don't look at fire breath.
Yeah. And as I get up to the guys, I'm like, help me! I have no idea what I'm doing.
What are you doing exactly?
It's a dragon.
Okay, Tinfer, have you seen
is he
Severin?
looking? Is he looking?
No, yeah, he's looking.
He's massive.
Tinfer.
Yeah.
Is Severin dead? Do you know where he's at? Have you seen him?
I don't know. He fell from really high.
Okay.
Should probably try and find him.
Yes.
Say, I told him I'm your leader. So say something like, yes, boss, or like I'm in charge.
Okay, Tinfer.
Find the corpse of Severin the Fallen.
What did Timfer say? What I was getting
Yeah,
a second help.
Jimmy, do it again. Come
Do it
on.
again just for me.
Do it again.
Okay, do what again? The whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, what you just said. Just do it again.
He heard that bit.
No, see, Tinfer told us to act like he's in charge and say something like "Yes, Commander" or something like that. Just to sell the bit. So.
Yeah.
This is the dumbest idea ever. I love it.
Bring me his head.
I choke back a laugh.
I don't think it would laugh at your commander if he spoke like that. Gotta sell it better than that. Aye, aye, Commander.
So do you know roughly where he landed?
Did anyone see? Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Did
Can I? I was having so much fun. I wasn't really paying attention. But do I know roughly where on the battlefield I threw him off?
You can ballpark it that it's somewhere. It's somewhere near the gate, like near that bridge. It can't be too far from there.
Sure. Okay. I go walk towards the
Should we
gate
go
with
look
the
for it?
bridge. Yep.
Alright.
At this point, I'm basically going back to the main group from the group of elves, I think.
So currently, the dragon is between you and the gate. Like, the dragon's maybe 200 meters from you guys, and the gate is maybe another 600 meters from the dragon on the other side. So you can walk right past the dragon.
Timber, sort that out.
Huh?
Can we walk past
Wait.
him? Is he gonna
Can
eat
if
us?
you want. He might eat you. I don't know. He's a dragon. It's crazy.
We can't go find
got
his
the
body if we
rod
can't get
here.
past him.
Okay, let's go past him. It'll be fine. I'm his
Okay.
master.
I'm following you.
I just noticed Serafina, we both have dragon masks on, so maybe you and I might be at a better advantage than the rest of them.
Ah, good point.
So just act like you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Put your masks on. You can be my lieutenants.
Yes, sir.
The
Lieutenant.
Black Dragon Rider has no commander.
As you stroll sort of towards
Still better get eaten.
stroll towards the dragon, it kind of looks to you, and it has this kind of like slight hiss to it as it kind of looks towards you, and as you pass, you just hear it say,
Perhaps this is the new cult of the dragon. You will need dragons of your own. You killed the last ones.
That's real fast.
He's talking to you, Tinker.
Blue Gnome Group. This is Dragon. What? I didn't ask. What's your name? Dragon. Man?
My name is Hunda.
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 Hunda. This is Hunda. Hunda, this is the Blue Gnome Group, aka the new cult of the dragon.
Can I roll to stop myself laughing?
roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Can I roll to know if I know anything about Boondog, the great red dragon?
Yeah.
If it has a reputation? What do you want for that?
Wisdom or Constitution?
I was thinking that myself. I'll let you choose.
Okay.
Constitution is
Like,
like
are
the
you-
physical
works.
act of stopping yourself, and wisdom's kind of knowing enough to not laugh in the situation.
Is it like a guttural belly laugh?
I think
or is
it's
it a
Constitution because I can't help myself.
All right then, Constitution, and
physical?
Nero, it'll
10.
be history check, I think. What'd you roll?
10.
10. You stop yourself from laughing, but a snigger kind of sneaks just under your breath.
9.
9. You've definitely not heard this name before, but there have been, like, the tales of dragons are legendary, but this name doesn't ring a bell particularly.
Celia, you okay? Are you sick?
I'm just really out of breath from
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
fighting all those weaklings.
Yeah, yes, smiting the unworthy.
They were unworthy. I knew it. Fanatics. I have no time for them.
Neither
Only
do we.
one purpose drives me now, and you will help me achieve it.
Well,
Hunda, where is Verum?
Varam the White. Severin told me that he was on this castle in the sky, known as Sky Reach.
Familiar?
The castle will arrive within weeks.
or will it?
Is the Blue Dragon Rider with him?
Yes. Galvan and Ragos. They are there.
Are there dragons there as well?
Ragos is his dragon.
I mean, apart from Grey Goose, obviously I knew he was his dragon.
No, I do not know if they have found more allies.
Sure.
Though more will come.
We are
Soon
fanatics.
there will be more, should you wish dragons of your own to ride.
Yep.
We do not bow easily, and will not be ridden by the unworthy. But these masks are an exception.
We're all gonna get a dragon.
Those of you who prove worthy,
This is
who will
fucking
help us
dope.
in our end, and who wear the masks of power, the mask of the Dragon Queen. Only they are permitted to ride, and only if they prove themselves worthy.
Yep.
Well, then we shall wipe out Barum and Galvan in one fell swoop. But for now, Commander Tinfer, perhaps you should find Severin's body.
We must not fight Galvan.
But he's betrayed us.
Galvan is necessary to this plan. You must know what Severin planned.
Yeah, we'll just go get him on our side.
He is an ally. Ragos, as much as I despise him, is an ally. And Varam, the lowest of them all. I will consume him if you wish. But Galvan is necessary. Galvan has been the head of this dragon cult long before Severin arrived.
When you say consume, is that like a metaphor, or do you mean eat?
I will chew Varam and swallow him. Did that make it clearer for you?
Just he meant eat.
Varam was always weak. He was not worthy to ride Glasshail.
We said that from the start.
I have no love for these other dragons, and I have no enmity for you for slaying them. Your strength I respect. Only the worthy could have done such a task. And so if you will form a new cult and raise us to our rightful place atop this world, I will join you.
Deal.
I will wait here while you find his corpse.
As will I. I just kind of...
Right, let's go. Let's fan out and find this guy.
Right.
You fan out and begin to search through the bodies. It's quite difficult to do. Everybody roll me an investigation check.
Okay.
I stick
Um,
with Urif and I whisper to Urif, this dragon is fucking dumb.
Can I have my zombies follow me, please? Ooh.
Did nobody roll above a 10?
Oh, I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, right.
Hey, two of us have rolled.
26.
13.
It's Lenneth who stumbles across him. You're prodding through bodies as best you can, all of you, and you're maybe like 50 meters apart from each other once Lenneth manages to spot him. You find this kind of red scale mail that he's kind of lying in the ground, encased in, and that's what gives him away as you kind of bend down and sort of feel to check that he's still alive, I guess. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, sure.
You kind of bend down,
Absolutely.
give him a prod.
Hello.
Really bony finger in the shoulder. He doesn't move, and as you push him around, you can see that his body is crushed in the weight of the fall. He hit the ground really, really hard, and I actually had my other brother roll for damage to see if he survived the fall. He did not by 10 hit points.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was actually pretty close, but he did not survive the fall from the dragon. He'd just taken too much damage from your impacts before he went down. So as you kind of roll him over, you can see his face is human, young, and ashen, as his eyes just kind of loll, and you see him just staring like up into the sky, as if kind of looking toward this dragon, or looking for his dragon, but he is unmoving and sightless in his staring.
Alright. Does he have anything interesting on him? Like items?
Right. I want to loot him. Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah,
Now it's my turn.
did we do loot from last game?
Well, we're doing it now.
Okay.
You do manage to find, like, the armor that he's wearing is dragon scale mail. And it's not dissimilar to the white dragon scale mail that you've come across once before, that Neros wears, right?
Yeah.
So this is equivalent dragon scale mail. It's basically +1. It gives you a bit of advantage against frightful presence and dragon breath weapons, and you have resistance to fire damage while wearing it. Each of the dragon cultists had a set of this scale mail, except for Galvan, interestingly.
Wait, the prince that we killed, or the green dragon knight, he had armor like this too?
He didn't have on him, no armor, no scale mail armor. You did manage to get the red scale mail and the black scale mail, didn't you? Did you get
No,
black?
like-
Copper as well.
Sorry?
We've got copper scale mail as well.
Oh yeah, that was from a completely different place.
We
wasn't
don't have black scale mail.
it? No, you don't. Oh, you don't. No, just checking
shame.
your. But
Oh,
you've
like
seen.
magic armor.
You definitely saw. Yeah. Anyway, on him as well, he has the only other item of interest that he has on him, as I look through my list here, is this Lenneth. It's a longsword, a kind of very long sword, really. It's light, can be wielded with one hand, but is really designed for two. It's got this sort of slight curve to it, this long pommel, that's very, very long, and you can see it's designed for kind of two-hand wielding, and it's got a very, very long, thin blade to it. Might have been considered a greatsword if it weren't so thin and light to wield.
Alright. Guys, he's over here.
I run to where she is. And make sure he's
Samesies?
dead.
You run over to him, draw your sword, poke it into him,
Yep.
and yeah, it looks like he's dead.
I would have done the same thing, you're thinking.
A little frost kind of curls over his body in one area and then just kind of sits like frosted over, but he doesn't freeze in the way that your slain foes do.
Looking around. Let's get that armor.
Everyone's torch goes out.
I was
Not
hoping
this time.
not this time. I would like to start unbuckling the armor and taking it off.
Okay, it takes you a good 15 minutes to get this armor unbuckled and pull it off a corpse, even with help. It's scale mail and it's a big piece of work, but you managed to get it off him in one piece.
Anyone want to wear some scale mail? No?
No.
I give holding for now. I mean,
Bag
red.
holding.
I do like red, but I think I'll keep the white one.
You slip it into the bag of holding.
No. We have a slight problem in the bag of holding we might want to sort out before we put anything in there.
What?
I think
Oh
we
yeah,
might have
the
this body
turtle.
now.
Oh, fuck me.
The
Alright,
turtle is in
get the
the.
turtle out. Let's just kill it.
Anyone want to give me a hand pulling it out?
Yeah, okay. Wait, you want me to reach and grab the turtle?
It might be a turtle, it might be a dead body by now.
Okay.
Definitely not a turtle anymore.
I don't think it's going to be a turtle. Otherwise,
fine.
I just pull a turtle out.
Alright, no, I do it.
Could we just keep it in there, or why don't we gotta take it out?
No, you're right. We can't just keep it in
Carry a
there.
dead body around?
I mean,
No.
Okay, open it. That's fine. I can hold my breath.
Okay.
You open the bag. What do you, in your mind's eye, try to summon? Because the
You're gonna
way
make
a
me
bag
pick.
holding works. Huh?
You're gonna make me pick. Okay, I'm gonna envision. I'm assuming the worst since zombies and shit. I think it's a corpse. I'm gonna look for the guy. Vision the
You
guy. and
feel the edge of a boot, and you grab the ankle, and you pull, and it just slides impossibly out of this relatively small bag. That just expands and shrinks to fit this corpse that slides out, and it's perfectly preserved. This corpse, but very dead. He has the eyes have got like thread veins across them, like they've
Suffocated.
yeah.
Like when you die in space.
I like
We should just
examine
do
the
that
body.
to all our enemies.
See, that's actually a really good idea.
Suffocate with a bag as turtles.
That's crude but effective.
I'll always die though.
I make sure the dragon's watching, like, we just carry around bodies.
Yeah.
So badass.
Watch out.
Oh
Might
yeah,
be you next.
yeah. Make some space. Pull out one of the bodies.
Well, since I'm examining the body, is there anything valuable on him since we're here?
We're looting corpses.
Yeah.
Which guy was this?
It was one of the sentries.
The tower.
Yeah, left hand
Oh,
corner.
of
top
course
left.
it was. Yes, I do remember. As you look over his body, he has this kind of it's a dragon mask, but it's not. It doesn't have the same kind of magical emanations. It looks like it's a sort of like a poor cousin of the dragon masks that you wear. It's still made of wood and it's ornate and it does look quite pretty. It's still quite scary, like not a kabuki mask, like Kabuto mask. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And it is kind of scary, but beyond that, he's carrying. He's got a crossbow in his hand, which looks quite nice. Actually, it's got 4 arms to this crossbow instead of 2. It looks like it's more powerful than your average crossbow. And he's got some grey steel bolts in there, which are particularly nice. But beyond that, only standard stuff, really.
I grab the bolts and hand them to Seraphina.
All right.
Now this could actually be helpful. I mean, fighting Greysteel on a cultist in the battlefield who didn't actually join the fight yet. That's could be evidence.
Absolutely.
And the crossbow, basically handing all his valuables to you, just like belt, buckle, gold coins. Gold
Just
tooth,
in
find
the
that
bag
out.
of holding.
Okay for that.
Yeah. And then I'm holding the scale mail now. Can I? Is there more to pull out, or can I put this in there? It's like a dead rat, a bird maybe,
No, that's it.
pheasant.
I think that's it.
I like
Yeah.
peek into the bag of holding and I just put the armor in slowly.
As you put it in, it's like putting it into an extremely dark hole that you can't see the bottom of, and it just kind of disappears in there, and you let it go, and it's like it floats away from you and is gone.
Alright.
So what do we do from here? We have a dragon and
Commander
everyone
Tinter.
is dead. And
Oh, we had to play up with this ruse a little while longer to make sure we don't all die.
Okay, is he in earshot distance of hearing it?
Thankfully, you are 600 or so
Okay.
meters from the dragon.
Everything is fine.
No, but seriously, what do we do with the dragon? Timber? What do we do with the dragon?
I'm with the dragon. I stayed with the dragon. I'm not.
Oh shit. Oh crap, yeah.
Listen,
The dragon would be a powerful ally, but what if?
It's gonna work it out eventually.
Yeah, what if they figure it out when all the dragons are here? Then it's
Yeah,
to kill him now.
we have to figure it out sooner because we can't fight a blue and a red dragon and 2 dragon riders. That's
And we have allies at the moment as well.
yeah.
that is true.
Then we
It's
get
dragon.
Tinfer. We try to figure out the easiest way to do this.
This dragon seems smarter than the rest, though. I don't think he's dumb enough to stick around for a fight you can't win.
We need to. Maybe we'll have to jump on him. You know, we can.
The jump on that, and I point at the dragon. You want to jump on that?
Let's not point at the big dragon. But as of right now, we do have to jump on that because Tinfer is riding the dragon. What are you talking about?
Tinfer's 2.1 feet tall. How is he? What?
No, but we can
But he
perhaps
got
cast
up on
a
the
spell
dragon.
on the dragon first before he realizes. Then you know what I mean?
I'm sure Tinfer has a kill dragon spell tucked up his sleeve somewhere. You're right, Yurith.
The dragon needs like acceptable to.
So what?
I was gonna say anything, but.
Oh, they can be killed with magic, definitely. It's just gonna be a hell of an uphill battle. But hey, we've got the jump on him. We've got a gnome on top of it, so we're good, Yurith. Yurith's speechless, thinking of what to say in return, but can't quite summon the words to match Neros' wit. He takes a moment to pause, picks his words carefully.
I sometimes forget that Bill's not got any hair because I only see him wearing headphones.
Yeah, ball is a baby's bottom.
He's showing us as well.
I was thinking the same thing.
Show it off, cue ball.
Yeah.
What you have fought dragons before? What are the odds about taking him down? Here,
You want odds?
I've never fought a dragon.
I'm gonna say 30-70 in favor of the dragon, given the circumstances.
We need to try and find a way to get him to stay.
If we just maybe play along for a day, get our bearings, take over the castle. It's gonna be one hell of a long con, though.
Well, he's going to wait around for a couple of weeks, isn't he, for the castle to arrive? So
Yeah.
we've probably got a couple.
Sorry
of weeks.
about that.
It's okay, Yurith. We all know we have problems with words. Maybe Severin has something up his sleeve that he had prepared just in case of an emergency if the dragon's turning on him. We haven't really searched the castle yet.
He must have had a room somewhere. We could go try and find that.
Yeah, we could start with maybe going through the castle really thoroughly and see what we can find, and maybe take a decision after that.
Yeah, just
Good
take
plan.
up residence. We'll just assume control of the castle, act like nothing's happened. Just a change of management.
We do need a home. We don't have anywhere.
It's a nice castle.
Should we tell the lady and Thunderspells about the plan so that they're in the loop?
Probably a good idea.
Maybe we should talk to Lord Tinfer also.
Master Timfer.
Yeah.
We should also talk to the Lady of Waterdeep about Greyhawk. Now we've got solid evidence that he was involved.
Yeah, what happened to Grey? I know we have.
He's in the flask.
He's
Yeah,
in
but
the past,
Tinfer has the flask,
Timfer has
right?
him.
He's in
Yeah.
the bag, I thought.
but we don't want to let him out.
Oh, well, not now. Now would be a terrible
Not a
time to
good
do that.
time. Yeah.
Is he even alive?
Well, if
I'm
he's in
gonna
the
go,
flask, he's alive.
Yeah, the flask is fine,
Gonna go talk to Tinfer, I
I
think.
think.
Alright, let's head back to Commander Tinfer.
Commander Tinfer.
Yes.
Yes, can we please have a word, your liege?
My liege.
My liege.
Ah, okay.
It's a
One
private
moment.
matter. Walking and talking with me.
Moment, Hooney.
I kind of walk away from the dragon like several paces.
I stay with the dragon in an effort to distract it.
Denver.
Good idea. Clean my dragon.
I do
I
not
thought I was
require
doing it.
cleaning.
Not a problem.
I like my dragon shiny. Okay,
Denver.
you're scary. Yes, you're.
What do you think we should do? We think maybe we need to kill the dragon before the other ones arrive, right?
I was thinking that we use the dragon to kill the other dragon.
But
Then
you don't
we
think?
kill the dragon.
But
Oh,
what
no.
if they figure it out and they like all attack us, and then it's
That would be terrible. I didn't even think of that. That would be
Yeah.
awful.
two dragons.
I'm asking him the questions in an effort
Why
to
I'm
keep
not
him
in
distracted.
charge.
But you are in charge.
Stop.
Too loud. Listen, if we fight the dragon now, is there something we could do maybe to get advantage? I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Must give the advantage. Don't need to do anything.
I think Thunderspell's just fucking wreck this guy.
Are you standing by the dragon or me when you say that?
wherever the dragon isn't.
There is loads of it.
You gotta specify that when you talk.
Are we a bit spent, you know?
Oh yeah, but we could wait maybe till morning or something. I mean,
Yeah. Could camp out in the castle, and then we're setting up a new base of operations. A nice sleep.
then do we just fight him and then?
We could maybe even pretend we're going to sleep. He goes to sleep. Then we could put like a bunch of ropes over him.
Keep talking. I'm okay. Or what if we
Or
tell
a
him
big
like?
net.
Does he not breathe fire?
Yeah.
That won't last very long.
What if we have him like stay up all night to guard us and he's just like really tired and we fight? Right? I mean, you can manage. Hey man, stay up all night and guard us, and then he's like, it's spent.
How often do dragons have to sleep? Are they like humans? Are they like bears?
I think they're like bears. I've read that somewhere. Yeah.
Do they take power naps?
They sleep like, yeah. Sleep
We
like
need to
monks.
hurry up.
Oh, yeah, wait the rest of the
He's
year.
gonna eat Neros. We know how Neros. He's gonna eat Neros, and we just have to hurry up and figure this out.
Who we do?
Feed him some of the zombie.
Neros or the dragon?
Dragon! I might be hungry.
So, are we decided that we want to try to
He's
kill the
hungry, he
dragon?
might just eat some.
So
I
we're gonna
kind
try
of
to
like, the idea of the cult of the Blue Gnome though. I'm getting on board with this.
There is 0% chance.
We're not raising Tiamat.
Dragon.
We're not raising Tiamat.
No.
At some point, he'll figure out that Tiamat is not what we're going for.
Blue Gnome cult? No? I think it still works. And keep all the original branding, we just have to take off that G bit and... So it's good. We're fine. All the flags.
Jesus Christ.
We cannot keep a dragon, Tinfer.
Fine.
Let's be honest. We can't do
God.
it. We're not all getting our own dragon, even though it sounds like a lovely idea. It's not happening.
Sounds great.
Because at some point,
You already have a crazy mystical creature, okay? You can't have
You're right.
You're greedy.
She gets upset when I just forget her. Like, imagine if I come back with
Yeah.
my own dragon.
You'll never get her on.
It would just, like, it's a very dysfunctional relationship
They
as
won't,
it is.
they won't
let's be
share a
honest.
little tray.
I'm reloading my gun, standing by the dragon.
I think we just fucking fight now.
No, that's we get a good night's sleep, maybe.
But what
right?
if the dragon comes to its senses,
Ah, nah. He's
realizes
okay.
it's made a terrible, terrible mistake, and just goes and flies to the castle? Then we have the dragon here right now. And what if I think maybe we should try and make it like really mad?
Why really mad?
And it doesn't fly away.
I'm
Is
not
there
sure that's a
something-
great idea.
Is there something we could do to some sort of magic of some sorts to keep it grounded?
Yes, have that.
Do you have the energy left to
Do I
to
have
do
that?
that?
Not really.
Okay.
Can do it once.
So do we just? I mean, I like the idea of it, we can find it now or in the morning. I think that's our other two options, right?
What if you just grab it? We don't need magic.
I could just grab it. Yeah.
Just grab it
Okay.
by the foot.
They both fly off together.
I don't understand what you mean by grabbing it.
I can
Get
grab
it.
it
You're this guy's a machine.
like a suplex. I've suplexed dragons
Yeah.
before.
You
Really.
suplex dragon.
That shouldn't have been possible, but it happened.
Have you really suplexed a dragon?
Yeah.
Okay, hold that thought, because when I write my book about all of this, we're gonna have to put that in. That bit can have its whole chapter.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Okay.
So, should we go tell Thunder Spells to ready himself and the troops, maybe?
Lock and load.
Yeah.
Hey, can we just revisit the idea of trapping him somehow?
That's what we need to do. Yeah. So,
He's on our side at the moment. We've got time.
at the moment, yes.
How long does it take to build a roof on a castle?
We don't have enough time. Good idea. You know, maybe Thunder Spells knows a spell to do. No, he's
Or maybe he knows how to build a roof.
no. Maybe
He's a dwarf, right? Isn't he a dwarf? Dwarfs like building stuff.
that's racist. But listen,
Oh,
if we,
That's
I'm not
accurate.
sure he is a dwarf.
Stereotyping, perhaps.
Is he a dwarf?
okay, I'm
Yeah,
going to
he's
go
a dwarf.
talk to Thunder Spells.
Something
Listen,
is.
I'll go
He's a
talk to
dwarf
Thunder
in my
Spells.
mind, alright?
He's totally just a person, I think, not a dwarf.
He's
Just
just
a
a
human.
human.
No,
Yeah.
definitely a dwarf.
Okay, so Tenfer, I'm going to bow on my way. I was walking away because you are the commander. and
I kiss his
keep going.
hand.
Right, what,
That's just odd. Why'd you do that?
what, where are you, what do I tell him when I say where you're going?
Oh, I'm just gonna go talk to the other troop, the other people.
Our
He doesn't
troops,
care what I
our
do.
troops.
Yeah, the rest of the army. Okay, I'll be back. Just keep
how,
busy. I'll be back.
how ready
Make
they
sure-
are to raise Tiamat.
God, just,
What their
Just make
Tiamat
sure-
readiness is.
Them what kind of dragon they would like.
just make sure Neros isn't getting ate.
Red is
next
taken.
week.
Can I really want a red one though.
We can't both have red ones.
We're not keeping dragons.
Actually, oh, because you're red, you want a matching one.
We're killing all the dragons, guys.
Did
You can
any
have
of
this
you
one. I
think,
don't really like him. He scares me.
Did any of you think we'd end up like this in your wildest dreams?
I just start
This is
walking
just
away.
great. I thought we were gonna die, and we're just in this hilarious situation now.
Farewell, Commander. Denver.
I kiss his hand again.
I walk towards Thunder Spells in a rush.
I go with Europe.
Okay.
I do with your
As you're heading towards, you head towards Thunderspells, and you find him. They are currently kind of doing a teeny tiny kind of elvish ceremony just to kind of place the Elven King on on like a makeshift kind of a ceremonial board, really, and his remaining kind of guard and a few more of the druids just begin to carry him from the field of battle, as others begin to kind of praise their own deities, and you just see Thunderspells kind of place a hand to his lips and utter a few words under his breath. And as you reach him, he looks round and kind of sees you on your way, and he says,
Well, you may have some explaining to do.
I have no idea what's going on.
How?
I
What
think we got
magic
super
did you do?
lucky. Magic's just great, isn't it?
I'm
Never
not
is
entirely
great.
sure what you did, but I don't know that it's going to last long. Did
I
you
think we
use
should-
magic? These
Whatever
things are...
Timpha did, he should have just done it months ago. All this drama seems worthless.
No. Kitchen.
Well, it seems he has made a friend.
Yeah. So, Uref's gonna tell you the plan. Uref.
Okay, thanks for the introduction, Zuli. Thunderspells, listen. Wait, is this like your Cavs? How many people do I see around, like as far as like troops and you know,
many
hundreds?
dead and many wounded. You can see that there's probably 20 or 30 dwarves still standing. There's probably about 12 druids still able to fight, though a good number of them are beginning to go with Melandrash from the field of battle. And there's obviously still flying above. She's now landed, but she tends to keep taking off and just swooping around because it's Xylera and that's what she does. And there's also obviously the Lady of Waterdeep and Ten, but Ten tells you that he's relatively spent magic-wise. Both of them are. It was a fight that really took them to the edge. And the only other person that's around is Garrett, of course, who you can see him kind of, he's a little bit down and a little bit scorched, but he's got his great sword on his back, and he's just looking a bit downtrodden, and he's sort of half sat on a rock, and you can see him working away at something carefully, but looking around, you know, on a good day, this force could probably take a red dragon.
Okay.
But roll me a nature check.
Okay.
And just describe Thunderspells quickly for us.
Thunderspells is currently, he's got this kind of ruddy beard that's a bit matted, and sweat's dripped into it, and he's got this kind of wild white hair that's usually kind of that's sort of scraggly, almost. He's almost Gandalf-like, actually. It's a good Gandalf the grey, not Gandalf the white, like a bit scraggly and a bit sort of glasses half down the nose type. But right now he's wearing long robes, which are currently kind of this deep blue, although you wouldn't be able to tell it. They're basically black with the rain and muddy from the knee down. And he's been singed and he's been cut, but he's looking okay apart from that.
And in terms of race,
He looks human as best you can tell.
shit.
Old, from what you can tell. What'd you roll, Yurith?
19.
19. So your battle experience with dragons tells you that you've always fought dragons inside. Every time you've beaten a dragon, you've fought them inside, except for once when you had a lot of help from giants. You are aware that fighting dragons outside, generally speaking, is trouble. And as you look around at these kind of wounded warriors, you get the sense, you've seen the dragon in battle, and in a kind of full disclosure kind of way, fighting the dragon out in the open, if he gets a good hit with the flames, could wipe out a lot of people here.
Okay. Thunder spells.
Yes.
We need your help. Yes, the dragon, we know it must die. We must kill it right now, but we need all the help that we can get.
Did you not? Did you not hear what she said?
That's what I was thinking. That's fine.
Thunder
Yeah,
spells.
take it on outside.
He looks to you and he says,
Well, you've led us straight this far, Urith. And if that's what you wish, then we will follow you into battle once more. I could do with a rest, but short of that, I still have one or two tricks up my sleeve, including one last spell to get us out of here in case things turn bad. But I can only keep the doorway open for a few seconds. It can maybe get the Blue Gnome Group out, perhaps the lady, maybe a few of the rest, but we would be leaving the rest into battle.
Listen, thunder spells, we've came this far. Fleeing, it's not an option. What I am asking is, do we have some sort of magic, some sort of way to keep this creature bounded, to keep it from just flying just away? I mean, do you have any ideas?
And then some sort of magic to really fuck this guy up.
Listen, we'll do all the fucking up.
We've
I'm just afraid
Got
of
some
flying
magic,
away.
but dragons are resistant to many forms of magic. A trap, perhaps, would be more powerful. We could cage it somehow, keep it inside. The risk out here is that it can fly, and many of our troops cannot strike it from the ground. It will wait until it can breathe fire again, and then it will swoop down and destroy all of us, flying beyond our reach once more. Out here, it is a dangerous fight. And though I have some spells, the lady has some strong powers to keep a dragon close to the ground, but dragons are resistant to magic, and this dragon has not seen a battle today. We are weaker than it. It may be difficult to hold it in place. If we could lure it into some kind of trap or keep it inside, fighting a dragon outside is dangerous.
Well, let me ask you a question, Caps. From the area we're in, are there any caves nearby or something? I mean,
The only place that you've seen that's underground is in the keep itself. There is a passage you've seen that leads down deep, that leads down below the surface, but it's not big enough for a dragon to get in there. And looking around, these are flat and open plains. It's not as if you're built into, or you're sort of. You know what? Roll me a perception check.
okay. Four.
You don't see anything. The one thing you do see is that the castle is kind of built just at the base of a mountainside. So the northwest, there is a mountain, and you imagine there could be caves up there, but you don't see anything. Sometimes caves are dug into the side of mountains where beasts live. Not often dragons, certainly not low to the ground, but like large bears tend to live in caves in the mountains. Giants tend to live in either caves or sort of ramshackled buildings on the mountainside, which might be big enough to house a dragon.
I
But
mean, I
you definitely
imagine the
can't see
dragon
them.
would have a. I mean, the dragon would have a nest somewhere of some sorts, maybe. I mean,
I think I'm with Timfer on this one, that we should wait it out a little bit and see if we come up with something. There's no hurry to get the dragon absolutely today.
It's true, but I said the longer we wait, I mean, at some point he's gonna. I mean, what if he just decides to eat somebody? You know? I'd rather us get the jump on him than him get the jump on us.
If he decides to do.
Say what?
I don't think it will be a problem as long as the dragon doesn't. Since he's like working for Timfer.
Maybe. What time of the day is it, Caps?
It's getting into evening now. It's early evening. You imagine that the sun would still be in the air if it weren't for this storm, which the rain has ceased, but you can see the fast-moving clouds above are dark and blocking out whatever light there would be.
I'm a bit stumped. I don't really know what we should do at this point.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe just kind of hang tight here, thunder spells, and tend to the wounded, and then I don't know. I guess maybe we'll let you know when we figure something out more solid.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
My plan was to get some of these people home. Should I wait?
You mean by foot or teleport or how?
Some by foot, some by air, some by teleporting.
Well, I think the wounded definitely need to go home, but the ones that are still in fighting shape need to stay. As there's more fighting to do here.
Well, I will do my best to convince the elves, unless you'd like to try yourself. I will remain, of course. The Lady of Waterdeep will remain as well, although I do not wish to see her put in harm's way in another battle, unless it is absolutely necessary. Our job here is done. Severin fell, I saw it myself. And if he is dead, our job here is done. There is no way this dragon can raise Tiamat on its own.
Yeah, the people here have already sacrificed a lot for us. So.
Yeah, perhaps it's best for to go ahead. I mean,
Our fight is done, Ureth.
And he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. He says,
It's done. Let the dragon go. Deceive it no longer. We will fight it another day.
perhaps.
I'm not sure it's
Perhaps
just
not.
leave.
Go ahead and take the wounded and the lady and head back home, and me and the rest of the Blue Gnome Group, we'll meet you there.
the lady can speak for herself. You can hear her from behind you as she strolls up. And she says, I will leave when you leave. I know you, Ureth Stormriver. I know that given the tales of your battles always seem to begin with you sprinting in first, as I recall. I will not allow you to put yourself in harm's way without some form of protection.
My lady, I am fine. Trust me, please. I'll be okay. I have the rest of the group here with me as well. There's no harm. It's very important that you and your people get back to Waterdeep immediately.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Pretty good at that. Oh, 14.
14?
Yes.
She says, Last I checked, it was I, not Ureth Stormriver, that was the Lady of Waterdeep. I will remain, and you will come with me, and when we return, Waterdeep will cheer as the Blue Gnome Group returns, victorious. Let us not clutch failure from the jaws of victory. This beast is huge.
It could be a lot of help.
Use it? You wish to use this dragon? Do you
no,
think
I mean that Ureth should let you stay if that's what you wish.
Ureth doesn't have a choice?
My lady, I
head
must
back to the rest of the group.
I must speak to the rest of the Blue Gnome Group and tend for them to get them together. I mean, you understand I can't just leave them here.
I will tend to the wounded. Let me know when you're ready to leave.
Of course, my lady. And I walk away. It's like I'm in trouble or something. Jesus Christ.
What? She wanted to take you back to Waterdeep?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I misunderstood. Sorry.
I walk back towards I guess is Neros and Tenfor there the dragon?
We can't hear you, Nero.
It's gonna be a 1 for yes, 2 for nobody.
Yes.
Or yes, okay, let's go.
Can't hear
We
you.
can't hear you, Matthew.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
He's been swallowed by the dragon.
Okay, as we're walking back, is Zeely walking with us, or did you stay there with the lady, or what?
Come with you.
Zeely.
Yeah.
What the fuck do we do?
I don't know. I've never been in this situation before.
I mean, we need to kill this dragon.
We don't need to do it right this second. Will you chill out?
Yeah, but
Please.
but if it flies away, I mean, how long until we have to find it? I mean, it's here right now.
If it flies away, we leave the keep.
I hate leaving things just not in our hand.
But for now, it's not very smart to try and fight it when we're all out of spells either way.
Well, we don't think about that kind of thing when you're Earth,
You do, actually. Yes,
No, and you're another dozen. It's played out my whole life. Look at me. And I hold up my nub, This kind of works out for me.
I don't think the dragon will just let us leave.
What do you
Right?
think he's gonna do if Timfer asks him to wait? Or hang around, or go home, or...
Well, if it hangs around here, then it hangs here until the other dragons show up, and then it's... You got 2 dragons, that's like really mad.
What if we there's some way we can get the dragon to take it back to his lair?
That's why I say maybe it has a nest on the mountainside or something,
Okay, we really need to rest. But we don't want to rest in this nice castle. We want to rest in your dragon cave with you.
Isn't the dragon...
Because we like you a lot. And we're gonna bring all our powerful friends with us to this
I heard
cave.
something about that sometime.
Hey, you saw our place, show us yours.
I mean, with this far, that will probably work too.
Let's just go ask Tenfor and Neros, maybe. We need to make a
Can
group
we just
decision.
ask Timfer to ask the dragon to head off to his lair for now and come back in the morning or something? Where we've been able to talk everybody about this?
Look, you can try that. Let's go try it. Maybe we could do a patrol or something in the air. I don't know.
Hey, can you just leave us alone when we talk about our secret plans?
It's just...
I mean, why not?
We can just say that we're done here for today. Or something.
Are we batting your Tenfor yet?
Yeah. Okay, we'll re-invite you, Neros, when you restarted. Neros he stumps to the ground for a moment and takes a drink from his water skin, which you think is probably like dragon wine or something.
I hear a double layer of music. Is that me or is it...
Yeah, it's normal for me.
Normal for me. We got two roll 20s.
Only the compendium. Refresh.
Yes, I've had that actually before. If you restart Roll20, that should fix it. Yes, you guys ultimately kind of stroll back up to Timfer. Can I just ask, where's Seraphina at this point? What are you up to?
I stayed with Timfer because I'm just keeping an eye on him in case he does anything daft again.
Polishing
Okay.
the dragon.
Yeah, I'm kind of investigating the dragon as well a little bit.
All right.
His back.
Around him.
It's
Checking for
huge.
weaknesses.
Like, it takes you like minutes to walk around this enormous thing. It's like walking around a building. Its talons are the size of you.
Test.
Absolutely
Hey!
massive.
Hey.
Yay!
Yay!
And this huge tail that just kind of curls and flicks every so often as it's sat basically on its legs, just waiting.
So should we head back into the castle?
Are you guys back at the dragon now, or are you
Yep.
still not? Oh, yeah. Let's go back to the castle.
To the castle.
Should we try and find Severin's lair?
Yes.
Well, what's the dragon do as we walk that way, Cabs?
As you all walk away from the dragon, it looks to where you're headed and looks back at this sort of group, considering its options for a moment, and then it beats its wings against the ground. You hear this sort of crack of thunder almost as the wind just cast from under it, and it soars into the air for a moment and comes to rest atop the keep, which is its sort of, as you see where it lands, it sort of indented the roof and crushed it in slightly, and it looks like a place that it's been a few times. And it sort of comes to rest, sort of crushing a couple of the roof struts again, making itself comfortable, and it sits on its feet like an enormous winged cat, just looking out to the south at this group of survivors, all kind of, who are all now just kind of celebrating and looking after the sort of escorting off of King Melandrach. So you guys walk in back through the front of the keep, knowing that the dragon is like 3 floors above you, and the place seems basically derelict from where you are. Derelict? There's nobody in it. And as you walk in, there are a bunch of places that you haven't explored, and you know a few places you have. Where do you want to go? So I guess to make life interesting for you, there's a few particular places of interest you haven't been. One is on the right-hand side, and it's in the outside of the keep, but it's an area of the keep you haven't been to that there might be some interesting stuff in. There's a small room in the northeast. So there's an area outside, a small room to the northeast. There's Severin's chambers that is where he kind of exited from on the 2nd floor, and there's a passage down into the earth that Timfer spotted earlier. So passage into the earth, a place outside, a small room, and Severin's chambers.
I would like to go down the passage into the earth.
I want to as well, but can I just check the zombie necromancer guy's corpse first, or whatever he dropped, in case there's anything valuable?
Yeah.
We didn't do this last time.
Yes. Roll me an investigation check. See if there's anything on him.
Anything that I could use. Computer is really slow now. 20, not natural.
Nice. You, as you go to find where he was, and all you find is this pile of metallic dust that you can push away, and it itself is kind of awesome. It's like sand that glistens, and when it's all together, it actually reflects your face in it. And as you pull your hand away, the sand just falls away, and your kind of image dissipates as this sort of reflective dust just catches the air and casts out into it, like a mirror has just been shattered into infinitely small fragments. And as you push all of this aside, you find in the center of it a single wand.
I'll pick it up.
It's a weird looking thing. It's probably around about maybe 1.5 feet long. It's quite long, and it's quite thick, pointed towards one end, gnarled in the middle, with a single green eye-like shape near the hand-held area. But this kind of green eyes is set. It's wood. It's just carefully crafted to look like a little green eye, which makes the whole thing look like a very elongated face, except that it's got no features except for the eye.
Can I roll an Arcana check, see if I can figure it out?
Yeah, you kind of have a quick play with it, wave it in the air, hope that something interesting happens. 6. You wave it a little, and you wave it, and one of these zombie corpses that's sitting there just comes to life and begins to stand up. And one of the charges is spent. But you don't know what it does.
Well, I know one thing it does.
You know one thing it does.
I just open my coat pocket, look around, slide it in.
All right. When you next long rest, this is a Matt Mercer rule, taking some time with it overnight will give you the chance to kind of work out what it does in a bit more detail.
Okay.
Attuning to items for Mercer's group gives them the stat blocks for the item, at least the standard stuff. Only an identify spell can give you detailed stuff if there's really detailed stuff to have, like if it's a cursed item, for example. All right. So
Well, then I get another zombie.
you yes, as it kind of staggers to its feet and just hobbles forward. One of its legs has been broken already, so it's kind of hobbling, but it's pretty cool.
Okay.
So you and Timfer passage down. Who else is going where?
I'm going to try to follow Tinfer to get a word in.
Okay.
I want to go and try and find Severin's.
Okay,
I will go
Seraphina,
with,
you head upstairs.
Seraphina.
All right, Seraphina and
I'm with
Lenneth,
Tinfer.
new best friends, head upstairs, and okay, everyone else heads with Tinfer. So we'll start with Tinfer because it's much closer. Seraphina and Lenneth head across the courtyard. It's still kind of it's mostly this more impacted mud in here, and the rain has stopped. There's still a bit of a trickle in the air, but not too bad. As you step up the wooden steps onto the second floor, and you can see this kind of balcony, and it gives you a bit of a chill for a moment, as the first time you saw Severin step out, you can see a circled scorch mark on the floor where he burst out from. And as you walk across, you find like this big opening that steps into a lavish kind of living room quarters, or living quarters, I suppose is a better way to describe it, with long chairs and tables and all kinds of things, even paintings on the wall. And the room stretches out to the left into a corridor that leads to a number of rooms. And at the end of that corridor, it ends really abruptly with a candlestick in the wall. And in Seraphina, just from your experience, that seems unusual. Meanwhile, downstairs, Timfer and his buddies head down into it's a set of stairs that step down. They're stone, and there's a sort of dankness to the walls because the rain has trickled in, and you can still see this kind of dark streaks of black that are running down the walls, where ash has collected against the walls and is beginning to run down. But as you kind of begin to step down deeper in, there's no light at all, and those with no dark vision can't see for shit down here.
I'm okay.
I'm okay because of the mask.
Zeely, you get
I'm
dark
okay.
vision. Yeah. So, Ureth, you try to follow Tinfer in, but as they begin to step further into the darkness, relatively confidently, you take a step and trip on the steps slightly, realizing quickly that you can't see well enough to be able to follow them very easily
Do I
without
notice some
light.
stumble?
You hear a kind of scuffle, like just like an extra footstep from behind, and you turn and you can see that Ureth is he looks really unsteady. He has these kind of really wide eyes in the darkness that you can see, as he just can't, like you can see, he just can't see enough to be able to see where he's going.
Ureth, do you want a torch?
Do you need me to hold your nub? Come on, give me a nub.
You want a torch?
I've reached my nub out.
I take his nub and leave him alone.
You grab him by the nub.
That's cute. Keep walking.
Oh,
you guide the blind Ureth as you look, and you can see him like really wide-eyed, his eyes, like his pupils completely dilated, so you can't really see his iris. He's just looking desperately, trying to see. And you relatively casually, tiefling form, just guide him through the darkness, and it leads down and down and down, quite a way actually into the earth. And it takes you a good 5 minutes to just keep walking down until it exits into this flat, like into just a stone wall. Like it doesn't exit, it just stops at a stone wall that looks like it's got a carving of a 5-headed dragon embossed into the wall. Just like it's in the air, 5 heads just reaching into the sky, one giant red head in the middle, and these other but it's not red, it's big, slightly bigger than the rest, wings outstretched, arcing into the sky, and as you that's all
They
it's
shall.
what you
I
can
just
see.
look at the wall and say, "They shall rise."
The door just begins to grind open.
I turn to Jennifer and go, "Cultists are so predictable. Any cultist could get in here. This is ridiculous." All right.
The door begins to kind of grind open, and inside you see this this treasure hoard that's kind of, it's in a big room, and as you step in, you can see that there are gold and gems, and but that doesn't really consist of much gold. It's the first thing that catches your eye, like these piles of gold on the floor. There are coins, coppers, and a few platinum in there. But there are far more kind of home items. There's like chandeliers, and there's expensive ornate chairs, and gold ornaments, and all kinds of things, like extremely beautiful. Even cutlery and crockery that's obviously silvered, and there are weapons in there that are they, as you kind of have a look and approach them, you realize that they are not massively functional but extremely ornamental. And doing a quick calculation, looking through the room, you reckon there must be well over 100,000 golds worth of items in this room. It's a treasure hoard, this place. It's a relatively big room, like the size of two, like the size. That's a culturally specific term. Like the size of like a small flat, full of items that have been stowed in different places, and in fact, when you go in there, it doesn't even look like it's been treated that well. Like it's been cast to the side. It's like a hoarder has been in here and just like, I might need all this shit later, with just expensive stuff but it's all out of place, and it's all clearly a possession of someone. You know, you can see even in the look of them, they're pieces that people would have really cherished. Some of this stuff. Family heirlooms, weapons handed down from father to son to daughter to... But a king's fortune.
Ooh. A lot to do.
Yes, in answer to that subtle question.
Oh. Natural one.
You guys watch. Only Ureth doesn't spot this as Neros leans down, but even Ureth hears the clinking as he manages to pick up a small gold ring with a diamond inlaid. And as you look at it, it looks like an engagement ring. It's beautiful.
I put it in my pocket.
Yeah, right.
Alone
What?
worth like hundreds of gold.
What? Like I'm walking out here with nothing?
is the longings of the people.
Well, they're not here today.
There's also, I mean, does anybody want to kind of scout through this stuff, or are you?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I'm looking for armor.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. You guys are sort of standing at the door, looking at all this. Ureth, you've got like your nub being held by a tiefling, and you can just feel like everybody's stopped, and you're not quite sure why. You hear a little jingling, and you're not sure what's going on.
Ooh, I reach in my pocket and I pull out a coin. The coin of was it light and darkness?
Yes.
And I flip it.
All right. Roll me a d6.
Okay. 5.
There's a sudden burst of light as this coin just, as you're flipping it in the air, it just erupts into this bolt of light that shines through the room, and as it lands into your hand, it's extremely bright, and it dazzles you for a moment as you look at it. And I think, let me just,
Daylight.
it is daylight, isn't it? Yeah. So it's like somebody's put the sun in the fucking room, and it is extremely bright. But you're dazzled for a moment, and as your eyes come back to you, you hold your hand over your nub over this bright light, and you see into the room. There's just lavish treasure everywhere.
Forgot I had this. Just holding the coin now.
There was a 50% chance of that casting darkness into the
I
room.
know.
Wasn't it? I was so hoping.
I
So-
just like to try and look for anything magical.
All right, roll an investigation check. Anybody that's going to try and look through this stuff to find something that might be of value, bearing in
Level
mind
10.
its
Oh, good on.
nature.
20.
Nearest, what you wrong?
10.
What are you up to, Zeely?
Yeah, roll.
The look on your face, I was like, Zeely's having this really like thoughtful moment. He's looking over, thinking about, contemplating the moral implications of the situation. Nah, he's just not that fast. He just hasn't rolled yet.
19. Down with you. 19.
So you begin to scout through the treasure. Ureth, are you looking as well?
You're a 20.
Jesus Christ.
Who rolled a 20 or above?
In Europe.
Who rolled a 15 or above?
I did.
All right. So, we'll say that makes quite a lot of sense. So, as you're looking around, you look for things that make sense to you, in a sense. Ureth, you managed to find this. It's unusual, and that's what catches your eye particularly. You find the. Oh no! I know what I'll do. Jesus Christ. That'd be better.
God.
I'm gonna send some notes to each of you as to what you find, so that you can tell each other as you like.
I'm gonna find like a napkin.
Ooh.
You finally go to the kids, the toy store, and you don't find anything good because you're a stupid kid.
Ureth,
Yes.
I just found a dumb hammer. Here, take it. I give it to Ureth.
You found a hammer? What else everyone find? I haven't found anything.
As Neros is kind of looking through through these items, he doesn't manage to find anything particularly, except lots and lots and lots of artifacts.
Well, I just start filling my pockets with platinum coins.
Just start
Thank you.
stuffing it like.
I found 4 ingots of refined mithril.
So that could be valuable.
Yeah. Could make something.
What kind of hammer do I have, Cabs?
It's. Let me get it up. It's bizarre kind of shape, really. It's got a long, thin handle to it that could be held with 2 hands, but could easily be wielded with 1. It's lighter than it should be by the size of it. It's got a hefty head and a spike on the rear end. But this hefty head, right on the flat of the hammer, is this musical symbol that you don't really recognize. But, and for a second you mistake it for Elvish, but then you've seen musical symbols before, and this is something else entirely.
So is it a weapon? It's just like a little tool? Or...
It's a weapon. Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's definitely a weapon.
Okay. Can I see if it has any magical, essence or something? If it's
Yeah, roll me an Arcana check.
Sure.
How much platinum have I stuffed in my pocket now?
Roll me a strength check.
Okay.
Did you roll a 4, Ureth?
Yes.
It feels like it's got a kind of magical emanation from it, but you can't really... It's not your area of expertise. Hard to tell what it is. As you play with it, though, you feel the head of the hammer, and it's fucking hard as it's hard as anything, and it's weighty. But the head of the hammer has a kind of ring to it. When you strike it, it thuds, and when you flick it with a finger, it resonates. It's a strange weapon. Nero, you find that after you've stuffed 4,000 gold worth of platinum in your pockets, that you are starting to get too heavy to walk. You've managed to, you're carrying all this gold and the few platinum that you can grab, and you're sort of bundling it around. You reckon you've got about 4 grand. And there is plenty more. When you build your arms, that's as much as you can carry by hand. But with the bag of holding could hold much more. Though you look around and knowing the bag of holding, you're not entirely sure whether the bag of holding could even hold this amount of treasure.
No, okay. Alright, so I just write 4,000 gold then.
Yeah, absolutely. You gather up the light coins as much as you can, and 4,000 gold is probably about as much as you could carry on your person. Ureth might be able to carry a bit more, but it's still you're still carrying it by hand.
I basically take my cloak and use it as a bag and just fill it and hold the cloak up and just...
Over one shoulder, okay.
Yep. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm good.
So while these guys are investigating this room, upstairs, Seraphina and Lenneth, you find this corridor that's odd. It's got a couple of bathrooms off it. Let me take a look at what else it's got up there before I start just making stuff up unnecessarily. The others are bedrooms. The first room you come to on the left is it looks like a study. There are scrolls bundled up and all in a row on these bookshelves, all rolled. And on the opposite room on the other side is a massive double bed bedroom, this king size enormous bed. There's another bedroom next over with a slightly smaller bed. There's more bedrooms that have not been used for ages, you can see, and there is at the end of the corridor, it stops dead, it extends out a further kind of 10 feet than it should, and it stops dead at the end with a single brazier that's unlit on the wall.
Can I investigate it?
Yeah,
But being careful in case it's trapped as well.
sure. Roll me an investigation check for the traps. Yeah, roll an
Like for
investigation
stuff
check
or- Yeah.
as you begin to kind of trawl through these scrolls, looking for something that might be magical, might be useful.
25.
25. You do find something. Seraphina, what did you roll?
17.
17. As you look around this thing, you get the sense that this is a relatively poorly hidden door. There is one on the other side that, like, thinking back, you remember seeing the exact same candelabra, like sconce on the wall in the passage that you exited out of when you came up here along, like, last time. You came up through the spiral staircase and you found a sconce on the wall that it didn't look like anything, but now you're beginning to wonder if it might have been. This one is definitely like a poorly hidden secret door. If the other one's a secret door, it's much better hidden.
Where was the other one?
Up the spiral staircase, when you took out those guards and turned one into a tortoise and put him in the bag of holding. In that room, Zeely did an investigation check, and I mentioned the sconce on the wall that was unlit. Everything else was lit in the room, and Zeely had a look at what was on the desk, but nobody sort of looked for secret doors or anything. But harking your mind back, it now seems like it's exactly the same unlit sconce.
Okay. While Lenneth is checking all the scrolls, can I just check out what this leads to?
Absolutely. So, Lenneth, as you're looking through, some of them are, like, not many of them are magical scrolls. There's one of them that looks... let me take a quick peek. Yeah, there's one of them that looks particularly interesting as you kind of take it out, unfurl it. It looks like a... it looks like it's it's got the description of a number of different items on there. And just judging from looking through, it's like a bunch of these scrolls are for items that have been... They're like scribbled notes, and some of them are detailed notes on kind of items of renown or legend or just rumor that people here have been investigating and trying to acquire. On the table, you can see a rolled up parchment for an item that is a musical hammer of sorts. And at the top of this scroll, you can see written the name of this item is B flat, and the wall has a number of these items, like details of these items in the wall. There's also a couple of other things that you spot that are interesting, and they're kind of... So on the left, there's these items, and I can send you the names of those if you like in Skype, make life easy.
Yeah, sure.
And on the right hand side, as you keep looking through, you find a few more kind of technique manuals that kind of that teach people how to do certain things, which are some of them are particularly interesting.
Can I take both the scrolls and the technique manuals with me?
Absolutely. You take a quick look
I
at
take
ones that
all
look
it.
like they might be interesting. You kind of stuff them in every pocket, just these scrolls sticking out of everywhere, load under your arms. Seraphina.
It's when it's sickness, okay? She has after Seraphina.
You hurry after Seraphina with your arms
Yeah.
full of scrolls.
And I hold the bag holding open ready in case she wants to put them in there.
Alright, I just dump everything.
You toss the scrolls in there, making a note in your mind, all the scrolls in the chamber, and just throw them all in. So when you summon them, all just come back out. Seraphina, you pull the sconce and door opens, and inside you can see this. It looks almost like a study. There are mystical symbols on the floor. There's a desk with writing implements on. a chest nearby that's open and empty. But there is, on the table, there's a number of skulls which have been, like, placed there. There's one larger red skull and a number of smaller skulls. 4 smaller skulls on the table.
Where have we seen this before?
Yeah, quite. There's one red one,
Yeah.
and the others.
The red one is larger than the others, and the others are small, look like human skulls almost. The large one has a sort of gem inset into the forehead. The other smaller skulls are just, they're placed in unusual configuration in a way. They're placed around, but the first one is there, the second one is missing, the third and fourth are there, the fifth is missing, and the sixth is there. And as you kind of get close and look around, you can see bone fragments in place of the fifth. There are bone fragments where there should be a skull, and the second one just seems to be missing.
Okay, is there anything on the skulls to make them different? Or...
You pick up one of the skulls and take a quick look at it. There's a marking, just a single Roman numeral almost, a scribe of 1 on the back of the skull. And even in the desk, you can see there's a mark of 1 on the desk where the skull gets placed.
Okay. Can I take them off the desk and put them back in the box?
Yeah. You scoop them up, place them inside the chest.
Cool. Can I have a look on the desk for anything else?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
Natural 20?
Ah, you do find something. As you're kind of looking across the desk, you don't find anything of value at all. And then, as you're kind of feeling around, you almost accidentally catch something on the underside of the desk. Almost like you were just kind of feeling around and you caught something. And as you look, you realize that the desk has a compartment. And you kind of lift up the edge of the desk and pull, and this thin compartment slides out. And inside you find several parchments on top of each other, detailing the gold changing hands between Severin and Lord Greyheart, mostly for Greysteel.
Oh,
And
yeah.
looking at them, it looks like there's the delivery for a lot of this Greysteel is due within 1 week.
1 week? Okay.
It hasn't yet been delivered.
Fucked up.
Can I see if there's any reference to the list we found in Greyheart's study, if there's any comparison?
Between...
What's on the documents I just found and what was in that list that we found?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. As you look in the letter, you can see that what Greyheart was referring to as the Red Lord, I think. It looks like that absolutely lines up with the kind of items that Severin was ordering from Lord Greyheart. And it definitely looks like there's more to it, like that invoice, if you like, from Greyheart. You can see that like Severin has ordered more and has asked for information on items that are valuable that he knows about, and there are letters in there from Severin, from Silvestros, detailing like the location, like the detailed legends, information he's been able to find out about some of the items that now Lenneth has got information on. And
Okay.
particularly, a couple of them particularly, like he managed to get information on B flat and an item called the Archon's Rise. But in the sort of documents, you can see that like Silvestros didn't know much about most of the items that he was asking about, just those two. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and one more, Kerith Thorn, but it wasn't something he was particularly keen on. It was just like, it looks like a conversation. It looks like it's detailed information that Silvestros is volunteering rather than something that Severin's asked for. on that
Okay.
one. The rest is stuff that Severin's been asking about.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna pocket those
Okay.
for reading later. And have another quick look. Is there anything else of interest in the room? What else did you
Sorry, go on.
What else did you say there was? There was the chest, the desk.
Yeah, there's a chest in the room that's now filled with a small pile of skulls, and mostly looking around, that's about it that's in the room. There's a few small magical trinkets, but they don't look like they've got much particular value. They're just like he's got a couple of rings that are on the desk and a couple of necklaces. They've got some magical essence to them, but it looks like he was involved in... It doesn't look like they've taken a spell on. It looks like he's been busy trying to enchant magic into them and hasn't managed to create whatever it was he was trying to create. Or if he has, he's already given it away. It looks like the one of the desks is it's to the south of the room, and there are alchemical materials on there, and it looks like he's been trying to engage in some kind of spell creation and enchantment.
Okay, well, I'll just grab the little trinkets anyway and stick them in the bag of holding.
Okay. Yeah, you reckon they're worth about 200 gold pieces, actually, between them. They're quite nice items, and they're, like, they've got, like, pure sapphires emblazoned in them to make them good for things like enchanting. You don't like impurities in your gems when you're enchanting.
And there were no notes or anything by the table he was trying to...
It looks like you've managed to discover most of the valuable stuff in the room.
Okay. I'll go back out again.
Okay.
Can I go find the other sconce?
You can do, absolutely. As do you want to go all the way around, or are you looking for another room inside this room?
I guess I'll have a quick look inside here.
There's a statue of a dragon. You've seen a few of these around. This one's got a small candle atop its head that has long since gone out. There are a lot of these small candles on the floor. They're red, and they've all gone out. They're in little piles. And behind this winged dragon, it doesn't take you too long as you investigate the room carefully, not under any pressure, to find a secret door that's behind there. And as you press it open, there's a small, like, crowded tunnel. It's quite difficult to squeeze yourself through, but as you squeeze yourself through, you find the other end. There's a secret door, and it leads out to the spiral staircase that you went up. You found a secret way into Severin's chamber that you narrowly missed once before.
Cool. Okay, I'll go back and find Lenneth. I guess wander down and find the guys.
So you and Lenneth head back downstairs, and you guys, what are you up to down in the treasure chamber?
I think I'm just playing with my hammer a little bit.
Is that euphemism?
Nope. I think I'm also, like, probably just, telling Tinfer what all happened with the lady and the thunder spells, all that good stuff, so that way he knows about it.
Why?
That's it. Just try to figure out our next move. Are we all together now?
Yeah. You see Seraphina and Lenneth step in. Lenneth, you don't have... Oh, do you have dark vision? Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So, and Seraphina definitely does. God, you guys all now have dark vision except for Ureth. You step into the room, but it's quite dark, but you see this bright light shining from below, and you step in and see that Neros is holding in one hand this gleaming coin that's lighting the room, really from above as it reflects off the ceiling. It's a relatively unremarkable stone room, except for the giant treasure hoard that's inside it.
Treasure.
Wow.
Can I
Seraphina.
see how much I can fit into the bag of holding?
Guys, there's a dragon outside.
Yeah, and there's
Might be able to hear us.
100,000 of gold out here.
Jennifer, what should we? We need to figure out a plan.
Sleep on it?
I like this plan.
I mean, it's something sinister about us staying in the castle that we've taken over. We've usurped the control of the management, so it's not like he's gonna think, oh, they're taking the castle. That's suspicious.
Okay.
We killed his master.
Trying to arrive, aren't we?
Okay.
It'd be weird if we left.
Yeah.
No, I agree. We need to. What about the group outside? Should we just tell them to come in as well, or stay outside for the night, or?
He should come in, I think.
Why is it a problem? Are they waiting for us?
Yeah, the lady's not leaving until we do something. So.
Oh. Well, can't you just send her away?
She doesn't take
Right.
orders from anyone.
And he failed.
Try that. Yeah.
Your Earth failed. What did your Earth fail to do?
Yeah.
Send
Tell
her
me about
back.
it.
Ah, that's because she has a hot speed, that's why.
Yeah.
We do have a slight issue in that some of Greyheart's men might turn up within the week to deliver some weapons.
That's fine.
It is, and let's hope they don't know we've got them.
Sure, we can pass ourselves off as cultists. We have dragon masks. We have the castle.
And like 1 million people.
Yeah, but aren't half of them going back?
I think we just stay until tomorrow, and then I don't think we're staying here now, are we?
I think it's short term. We gotta figure out something with the dragon, right?
I think tomorrow we just do them over.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I think when we've got all of our spells and stuff, we can take them
But where?
here.
Okay.
What about the flying away and the incinerating people on the ground?
Well, hopefully the people will be gone.
It's not ideal.
Well, us. What's my point?
As long as we spread out, we'll be alright.
Well, then, yeah, I'll just stand there and be incinerated, which, I mean, I could take a...
At least he's not in his lair. We know that lairs are bad. We're not in his lair, right? From what we know of dragons and their lairs
In this room?
in this castle.
So, roll me a nature check.
Is this room big enough for a dragon, Cabs?
No, he can't get down the steps.
Just asking.
No, but she said that he can't get the steps.
That's a natural 1.
You don't think the dragon could get down the steps?
Dragon can't get down the steps. That wasn't what I was rolling for.
No, I know. So, from your experience with dragons, you know that they change the environment that they're in, right?
And red dragon means fire. This is not on fire, so this is not his lair.
Well, maybe inside the heart of the mountain, maybe, you know? You know, maybe there's a deep down, I mean, I don't know. Maybe something you should ask your pet and see what he says.
Probably got a lair somewhere ways away, but has come here for
Yeah.
help. So
Yeah.
I think we could take him.
I'm up for it. You know, I guess maybe we can send a word to the lady just to stay the night. We stay the night, and then in the morning we'll give it a shot.
Did we see any ballistas, Cabs, when we were on top of the mountain before we came down? Did we see any like siege equipment? Not like catapults or anything like that, but ballistas.
You mean the ones we broke?
No, those are trebuchets.
No.
You have seen crossbows, but no ballistae, I don't think, as I look. No, there are no ballistae on the walls. This isn't a castle designed for a dragon siege. It's got dragons to protect it.
Worth a try. Alright.
there are two places in the castle you haven't yet explored. One outside area that you haven't been to, and the small room that is in the sort of northeast corner that just from the outside has got these kind of ornate looking windows that are almost kind of like coloured glass. It looks unusual. But if you don't want to explore them, you don't have to.
Well, we'll be spending the night here, so I imagine we will take a look through it.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Someone quickly check him out.
Well, I think also to save time, I'm just going to go quickly. Is it possible to quickly go to them that we're
Yeah.
going to stay the night, then come back? That way we're going to go do, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you want to?
Okay.
What do you want to tell them, Ureth? Are you going to tell them to stay outside? Or are you going to tell them to come in?
Just that we're all tuckered out, you know, to come on in if they want to for the night, rest, and then in the morning we'll, you know, get our stuff together and get out of here.
Roll me a
Lie.
persuasion check.
I want to have a talk with Seraphina after.
Not the truth.
It's okay. 23.
Roll me 2 more persuasion checks.
You're really pushing it. 18 and 11. It's not bad.
So you managed to persuade the dwarves and the Lady of Waterdeep and Waterdeep's own like allies, particularly the Templars of Neverwinter.
Okay.
They sort of agree to remain in the castle, mostly to protect the lady at her request. The elves don't remain. Prince Alagarthas basically tells you that his with his father having fallen in battle, the prosperity of the elves is at stake if he risks his life. He has no sons. No daughters, for that matter. There's no sexism in the elf, but he has no children and wasn't expecting to take the throne, and now there is work to be done. So he has to look after his people and decides to take his father home.
Makes sense.
So you have around about 15 knights and the dwarves, round about kind of 15 dwarves, and the Lady of Waterdeep and 10 as well. So they come back with you to the castle.
Okay.
And Seraphina, as you're kind of stepping outside, Neros catches you.
Can I have a word with you in private?
Sure.
You told me your brother Casper said that when he was taken by that thing back in Waterdeep, he said he heard him saying that he was in financial trouble. Is that what he said?
Do I remember that?
Do you remember that? Memoria has been felled.
I know.
When your brother came back, he said that he was the reason why he was selling Semper's because he needed money.
He did, yeah.
Well, we have a lot of money.
Thinking we can go and
I'm thinking I could make a bargain with him and buy her back without save us the trouble, hopefully, going all the way to the fireplace.
that might work. Can we use this money?
What's stopping us? It's our castle now.
But it's stolen.
So? We've claimed it.
I guess it's for a good cause.
Well, it's either I'd make an effort to try and buy her back, or we all go to the center of another dimension. I mean, it's up to you.
No, I think it's worth a shot. She did get captured trying to help the
Alright, well,
group, so
I'm gonna send a message to this thing and hopefully try to strike a deal.
I think that's a good one.
Alright, I just wanted to...
How are you
Talk
sending a
about
message?
a spell.
Okay.
The wizard. You're a wizard.
As long as it doesn't cause any trouble at the moment.
No, no. I'm not looking for a fight. Okay.
Sounds
Thank
like
you.
a plan.
Carry on.
Okay.
So, what are people doing?
I think I'm just maybe escorting the lady to her quarters, wherever that is, watching
Heyo.
guards, fancy stuff. Staying outside like a gentleman. Giving guard.
The most lavish quarters in the place are... Oh, you know what? Near us, you do manage to find one ballista.
Hey.
There is a single ballista. It's currently
Indoors.
indoors.
Yeah, I see it.
Can
now.
you see it? Yeah, there
I
is.
looked.
There's one. All spotted.
Can I ask you a quick question? How the fuck did they disassemble it, or take it in, and then reassemble it?
Yeah, I was just wondering that myself.
Okay.
Or you just like left a bit, right a bit, tilt, pivot,
The
pivot.
catapult. They
Got
assembled
the
the
door off the
catapult indoors.
hinges.
Oh my god.
Actually, guys, I think that if we take on the dragon tomorrow, I can give you all resistance to fire damage.
That would be
Pretty
useful.
good.
Stuff's
It would blow all my 3rd level spell slots, but we would all take half damage from fire. That would be
Well-
really helpful.
That is a good idea. And we have the red scale mail. So that's one maybe that's one less slot you
But
have to blow.
don't you have resistance to fire with your thing on? From
With
before?
mine is for cold, it's the white scale mail.
Oh, okay.
Mine is fire.
Timfer will have it.
Mine is fire.
But does that mean we'll become immune?
Only you.
Well, I got
Really?
my sword is resistance too.
But
Wait.
the weapons and the resistance don't stack except
Okay.
with the dragon masks. The dragon
Ah.
masks add a layer of resistance to whatever resistance you have. So if you get resistance, you get immunity. If you already have immunity, you heal from fire damage.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
let me check
Okay, Inco.
if it's
But-
what I have that is
How
So
are
if
you
you
immune
have-
to fire,
What?
Tinfer?
I have fire resistance from the mask, so if Ellen used it on me, then I would be immune.
So if
Because
you have
the
a mask
do
and the sword, you're just always immune to fire?
Well, then if I wear the scale mail and you give that to me, then I'll also be immune.
No, because you're. Wait, what?
Oh wait, no. Well, no, never mind. It won't stack with the armor, only with the mask. Never mind.
so I have the protection from energy is concentration, but the fire shield or the cold shield is not, and that's good for 10 minutes. That is a level 4, and it's still 3 slots, so that could work.
But one less if I wear the red scale mail.
Hmm.
If I wear the red
Yes.
scale mail and reduce it by 1, that's only 3 slots.
Let's see. For
So
me,
if you wore the scale and the mask, you would be immune, right?
I'm wearing the black mask. Well, yeah, if I wore the red mask, but I'm wearing the black mask still.
Yeah.
What?
so Timfer is
You went all red. you could be
resistant
immune.
already.
Yeah. Or I could be immune.
You're much more vulnerable, I think. If you go down quicker than I will. So you should
True.
probably keep the mask.
Probably be most mad at me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red mask. I'll swap my armor for the one in the bag, and then we'll hope for the best.
Do you have any resistance spells to fire and stuff like that, Timfer?
Not so much. I might have a scroll. Hold on.
Oh, scrolls! I have completely forgotten about that.
Got a scroll of protection from energy.
Yeah, that's the that will give you half.
Yeah.
Cabs.
Yep.
Is the fire like a dexterity roll or anything, or is it just like normal damage? Do we know?
Sorry, say that again.
Do I? Oh, don't know.
No?
I think it's concentration. I kind of need my concentration.
No, I'm just wondering, like, if the fire weapon or anything on the dragon is like a dexterity roll or just straight up damage. But I guess we won't know that until we fight it.
So, from your experience, flame-based attacks generally are dex saves. Like you've had that from fireballs from Lenneth and stuff.
So I could technically use my evasion with it.
Yeah, generally with fire attacks, but different attacks use, and it's not always a hard and fast rule. I don't think either.
Okay.
Wait, maybe that cold shield is only self-target. Okay, so the fire shield is only me. The protection from energy is touch, but that one is concentration. That. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I've got fire shield scroll as well. Guess that's.
Yeah,
you got
that's.
it. Yeah, you
Ah,
got it
that's
because I
great.
gave it to you. Which is why you've got this spell.
Oh, that's right.
During this time, I'm gonna be changing the armor, I guess.
Didn't I add that to my spellbook and give it back to you?
Yeah. So you've got the spell, but not the scroll, I think.
Yeah.
And I've got the scroll.
Yes. And that is not. Is it concentration, that one? Is it? Is it? I don't. No, it's not. It's good for 10 minutes. So then you have one, I have one. And then the protection from energy, which is concentration. And you have the armor? Yeah. That might work.
Yeah, we've got this.
Gabs, do you want to swap the card, or do you want to leave it as it is? It's the same armor, just a different color.
I haven't got a card for the other armor, actually. I've just realised, but I mean they're the same, aren't they? As long as you just remember that it's fire, I will remind me, and I'll make you a card.
Yeah.
Thought I'd made one, but it isn't here. So as the evening rolls on, the dragon kind of sitting atop this keep, still kind of looking about, still suspicious, but still for the moment gripped by the magic of the dragon mask. Seraphina, you notice that Garrett is in the keep with Xylira, and they're not together particularly, but Xylira's in there as well, just kind of roaming around. Oh no, wait. No, Xylira's left. She left with the elves. You do notice Garrett is kind of furiously working on something, and seems a little downhearted.
Do I see? Is it Tangerine, which is the one he usually has with him?
Tangerine is the one that he usually has with him. You don't see Tangerine anywhere.
Okay, I'll go over to Garrett.
Okay.
Garrett?
He kind of looks up at you, and he's got this sort of... He stands up, and he has this kind of slightly sad face. He's like, "Oh, hi.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's just, well, I'm afraid Tangerine didn't make it."
Oh no!
Yes.
What happened?
Oh no!
Well, he got a bit hit, and he's only made of clay, and I thought he might be able to manage it, but I was wrong, and he kind of fell down, and they just kept hitting him.
Oh.
So, thankfully his core survived, so I've managed to, well, and he just kind of looks behind him, and you can see, like, about 1.5 feet tall, poking out from behind his calf. You just see this tiny clay golem just poke his head around his leg and go, just as like little stones rubbing together. He's like, "I don't think he'll ever be the same again."
That's Tangerine?
Yes, and he's about the size of a tangerine now, so maybe that works.
Oh. What are you going to do with him?
I don't know. Teach him some dances.
That'd be popular with the kids.
Yeah, I suppose. It's not really what I'm used to, though.
You've got your other ones back home, haven't you?
No, Tangerine was my last one.
Oh no.
Jeffrey I gave away. And unfortunately my stalwart iron golem fell in the battle as well. But unfortunately his core was destroyed. So I've only got Tangerine here. And unfortunately he's not much to look at. No, don't sulk. No, it's alright. Oh, he's very sensitive now that he's tiny.
Oh. I kneel down and give him a little pat on the head.
You pat him, he's like... He just kind of looks up at you with his little stone eyes. They're huge in his face. Just looks up at you. Garrett says... Actually, maybe if Timfer has a moment, maybe he could stroll on by at some point. I have a bit of a request for him.
Okay, I'll try and find him for you and let you know.
No rush. Also, are we going home soon? I'd quite like to get back to the bar.
Well, we're sticking around for a couple of days and then hopefully heading back. But, I'm not sure if you can get back before then.
Well, usually I'd ask Tangerine to carry me, but I'm not sure that'll work now.
I'd probably stay indoors and keep sort of undercover from tomorrow onwards then. Just in case.
He kind of looks at you with suspicious, like, alright.
We don't want you getting caught in any kind of activities.
I'll stay out the way then.
And take Tangerine with you. We don't want him getting hurt again.
No, indeed. I'll keep him safe, don't worry. Come on, Tangerine.
I give him another pat on the head and wander.
He takes tiny steps as he sort of scurries up behind Garrett, who leads him in through the doorway, and you can just see Garrett kind of shaking his head as Tangerine, realizing there's like a half-foot step up to the door, just kind of scrambles up, puts one leg up and just kind of heaves himself up and needs Garrett to kind of lift the other leg to get him up the doorway. And he's like inside.
I'll go off and find him then.
So evening rolls on. What are people doing?
Just resting. Probably gonna fall asleep.
Where's Timfer at the moment?
Me and Lenneth are studying our spells/scrolls.
I'm gonna go find Timfer.
You discover him in one of the living quarters upstairs, along with Lenneth.
Timfer.
Yeah?
I think Garrett would like a quick word with you at some point.
What do you want?
What? I don't know, but it might have something to do with the fact that Tangerine is now a foot tall.
Oh, okay.
I think he's having a bit of trouble with it.
I'll go see him tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you might appreciate that. I've told him to take cover, so you'll probably find him in the kitchen or somewhere like that.
Cool.
Don't want him outside.
So, Urith, when you take the Lady of Waterdeep back to the chambers, do you say anything to her as you go, or?
No.
All right.
Sing anything to her?
I know my place, apparently, so.
Literally sitting here trying to get the spells around to see what we can do. So I'm actually studying in this puzzle.
Genuinely studying.
Okay.
I'm in the dining room, sitting on a bench.
Would a fire dragon be vulnerable to ice?
Roll me a
Or
nature check.
doesn't it matter?
Roll me a nature
Huh?
check.
Or is it like a dragon probably is like super resistant to everything? Nature. $21.
You are aware that because it's a fire-based creature, it's probably pretty resistant to fire. You're not sure if it has any particular vulnerabilities, though.
Timfer,
Ah,
you fought a dragon before.
yes. A couple.
Are they resistant to magic?
Don't remember. Think so? I think they're resistant to most things. Wait, no, yes, they are. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
They shake off a lot of spells. A lot of spells that do things, don't do things.
Right. Okay.
A set amount of times, and then they start doing things. Tends to be how it works.
Like with the legendary resistance thing?
Yes, exactly like that. I think the best thing is just to bombard it quickly as possible with many spells. Get its
Yeah.
resistance down. And then obviously anything that you have that can stop it flying is always good. Spread out. Been screwed a couple of times in the past because we bunched up and then we all died.
Good to know.
Yeah.
That's Dota, not D&D.
Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, you gotta spread out because otherwise.
Don't
you'll
stand in
breathe.
the lack of fire.
Yeah,
Alright.
don't stand in the microphone.
Okay, I'm gonna keep studying my for a while.
Someone's gotta stay out of the road. What you must do.
And maybe add a spell or so to my spell book.
I'm going to sleep because I am bushed.
Well, man, we're all taking it out, man. Let's get some rest. Get some shut eye.
Yeah, we'll have to work it out.
I'm gonna spend some time and add the identify spell in my spell book.
Okay.
But that's all I'm gonna do for tonight, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
All right.
Moving pawns around on this map feels like we live in a dollhouse now. Okay.
Click the long rest button.
Just 1 sec.
Come close. Oh, fuck. Audio, both.
So,
Am I able to reply to that in kind?
I don't think so. Not without blowing another spell slot.
Fine. I've got nothing left.
You blowing spell slots doing?
Saving us all a boatload of time.
Oh. Masturbate.
It doesn't even make any sense. It's called the Black Keep, Caps? Now it was
Yeah. It's called Zonthal's Tower,
something tower,
but it
yeah.
is the Black Keep. Odd name.
Mm. I tell him that then.
Okay.
You talking to the dragon?
No.
Don't get eaten.
No. I'm not talking to a dragon. I like him, but not that much. Are you thinking cabs, or are you just waiting for us to make a mistake and I'll die?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
I was thinking, and while this might be a good place for a comfort break,
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I need a wee.
Tea time.
Hey, break.
I love this music. It's not magical, but it does more damage.
Spudge. It's just me and you. Yeah. Okay, that's what we do. We hit the dragon with our swords and then we run away. Right? Who done that? It's not us because we're not there anymore. So cool.
Yeah. Oh. All right. All right then. Creepy, creepy, creepy music. So, night rolls on. People go sleepy night times. And day breaks.
Yeah. Long rest.
Oh, we get full health back, aren't we?
Yeah. Health, spell slots. Whew. Full 3 points.
All that stuff.
Pretty good stuff. I'm feeling great. I didn't realize this dragon mask also means I can add my charisma to my AC when I'm not wearing armor.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, it is. It is a pretty insane
My
feature.
charisma modifier is 5.
So that puts you up to what? 16?
Push me up to. Push me up to 19 because I have the braces that give me a +2.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Wow.
I'm wearing full scale mail, I've got a shield, I've got all this stuff, and then this guy's wearing nothing. He's got more AC than I do. Justice.
Good math.
Are we together in a room?
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of find each other around the place, and ultimately come together. What do you want to do?
Come together.
I'm gonna blow a channel divinity and reassert my control over these guys.
Okay.
I'm gonna do both of them because they can go up to 4.
All
I'll
right.
use both the channel divinities. And I'm missing a zombie from last night, from the one. Not to be nitpicky. Thank you. Since it was the night, do I know how it works? No?
You do.
How it works?
The one?
Do I know how it works? Ow. Done in your journal.
Love you. Like a pickle.
Pickle of the undead.
Good God.
Okay, so there's 2 things. We're fighting the dragon today, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're on the same page. How can we? I don't think we need the lady here while we fight, and the rest of the soldiers. Do we need all of them here? I guess the more the merrier, right?
They can help us fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, now where do we fight at? Right outside the front gates here.
Are we inside?
Currently, we are.
So I
Maybe-
have enough. Let's see. Tim, for you have the mask that gives you resistance to fire. And Nero's has the armor. So I can give one extra person protection from energy and the cold shield to myself. But that leaves 2 people.
I have a sword that gives me resistance to fire damage, so I'm good, I think.
Yeah, give it to Zeely, because I can try and dodge fire damage.
Don't need it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Less
hot.
resistance.
I'm pretty hot as it is.
You already.
No.
Okay then.
Zeely does not like magic items, I'm getting the sense.
The protection from energy is concentration though, so if I do need it for something else, I might have to like
That's cool.
stack one action.
Because I love magic items. I'm just resistant to fire.
Are you?
Hellish resistance.
Matifa.
Oh shit, yeah, fuck, that's good.
You are? Well then, there's no problem there.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
Fun
like the
fact.
most fire-resistant group right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, she's got a giant friend! Panic phase.
So we're fighting right outside the gate. Here's what we're doing.
It's up to you.
Got any kind of plan here?
I think here's
I'm
good,
asking-
and we've got places to take cover. You know, want to be
Okay.
able to.
Well, I'm gonna go tell the lady and the rest of the group what we're doing. See how that goes.
Say we just wait till Cabs gets like everything ready, and then we're like, nah, let's just go.
I hate
Get
you
it.
all,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Actually, let's just go back to Waterdeep.
I was thinking we rig up the ballista with something. Maybe if we can hit the dragon with it, we can restrain it. Or at least prevent it from flying directly away.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we'll have time. To, like,
Yeah, kind of destroyed those ballistas.
No, those are trebuchets.
Jesus Christ. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. Not even close. I mean, it's indoors. If we could just line it up to the doorway, perhaps we get a shot in the courtyard.
Okay, we're trying.
I think at least one of the person.
Should we try to lure it into like a cave or in the mountain?
Just don't know how we would. If you could just try and grab it and use your ring,
Yeah, I thought about that.
that'd be awesome. You're gonna have to use all your strength to
Yep.
hold down the
I'm
dragon.
already ready for it. I already had it planned out, brother.
Yeah.
Wait, you're gonna grab it?
Well, I'm gonna ask before we fight it, Tinfer, if you maybe give permission to. You think I'll let me get on him? Or is that like you think he'll let me like get on the back of him? Was that like
Maybe.
another? And if you tell him to do it?
Try.
Well, in
But
any
then how
case,
are you gonna get the ring on? You need to be touching the ground.
Well, I was thinking like, what's the easiest way? Because I mean, and this is Cavs. This might be just a question I have for you. I don't know if you can answer it or not. But the ring itself, I have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I grab him like around the neck, and like activate the ring, I'm around his neck and that doesn't do any good, or should I be on the ground trying to grab him, or like what's the D&D way? I mean,
You've used the ring before on the boat. When you had your feet planted on the ground, you were locked to the ground and able to kind of stay connected to the ground. The challenge is that if you think about, you've never had something really strong pull you from one end while you were locked to the ground.
it's fine. He has a
Oh,
tail,
God.
doesn't he?
oh god, I know what's gonna happen.
He has a tail, doesn't he? Right?
Oh,
God.
He does have a tail.
Okay, well, let's see what happens. I'll grab the tail.
Yes.
I guess.
What's gonna happen, Nero?
I guess
So
guidance
okay
on
with this
yours.
plan.
Huh?
I cast guidance on yours. I can't trip. It's a
Thank
D4.
You don't have the protection from being torn in half spell.
You're already crippled as it is. I don't know if we can.
Now that's
Oh,
mentioned,
God. I believe in the strength of your end.
we'll let fate decide. So I need to go tell the lady about this real quick to give her an idea what's going on.
Okay.
Alright.
I've got a really terrible idea to put forward to the group, so maybe it's better if you're not here.
What?
What?
Because they're trying to talk me out of it, because it's a bad idea.
Wait, tell us. Come on.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys, I just don't tell you. I'll wait till it's done.
I've already walked away. I guess I didn't hear that part.
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
don't know.
It's fine. When he says he's doing something, he does it.
Yep.
You
Just
know,
go.
So I was thinking, what if I try and get the dragon to read the Tome of Summoning?
I'm blinded.
Yeah. Or if it succeeds, it will summon something. But probably not going to be friendly to it, so it could be a good distraction.
That's a crazy idea, but it might just...
It's crazy that we're trying to battle a dragon, so a little bit more crazy can't hurt.
Yes, I love it. I'm asking the right people.
Okay, well, alright, we'll try that. If you can blind him, if I can get this ballista to work, if you blind him, maybe I can hit him
Yes.
with it.
Love it.
Buy us a few minutes.
What's the difference between getting him blind from the summoning book versus the darkness, the spell that Neros has?
Neros is a 50-50, right? Or do you actually have darkness?
No, I don't have darkness. The coin is a 50-50.
Yeah, coins are 50-50.
I
If
got
we
my
had
shield.
darkness, that'd be great.
Did
Although,
you have like the darkness, deafness?
I
I
have
have a
blindness.
shield that does that.
I have blindness, deafness, and so does he.
does that work on creatures?
With my shield or what?
I think we did it on the dragon we
shield.
fought, or the lizard thing that we fought in the church, or
Yeah, it is any creature.
Alright, you enchanted my shield, man. I don't know.
I guess it's pretty similar, except the type doesn't blow spell slots. But
okay.
other than
Well,
that, it's
I do have that spell prepared, so it's where I can use that at some point as well.
Is there any guide anywhere where I can see the descriptions of how large different things are? Because I have a spell that's dependent on the size of a creature.
I think,
how big is the dragon
gigantic
camp?
or something?
How,
Is it
how big?
gargantuan?
Yeah. What does it count as? Does it count as like humongous or large or
It-
giant?
Is it like medium,
Is-
large, monstrosity,
It's in
gargantuan?
the handbook somewhere.
I can't see where it is. Huh.
I
Let
got
me
the
find
ruler.
that for you. Give me 2 seconds.
Thank you.
According to this ruler, the dragon is 30 feet long,
That's not bad.
but not fully extended tail. His body is 20 feet long. He is...
So it takes you 6 seconds to run from one end to the other, basically. That's a long time.
30 feet, or roughly 40 feet, maybe. He's only 5 feet long, or wide, rather, his chest.
He is
His head is
huge.
6 feet long.
huge, you say?
So it goes small, medium, large, huge, gargantuan.
Oh.
What's yours considered? Large? Just curious.
Gargantuan.
Would have
Depends
found
on
out
which
last time, but you
department.
didn't take your chance.
What big is? Let's do it, Cabs.
I'm gonna go see if I can rig up the ballista to shoot out a cable of some sort, something to tie him down.
I'll just nonchalantly tell the lady, well, I'm gonna fight the dragon, take cover. Outside.
Let me-
She says to you, "What?
Okay, listen, my lady. We're going to fight this dragon and kill it, so it's best if you remain inside and take cover.
If you are serious about destroying this dragon, you're going to need my help."
We're going to need all the help we can get, but it's important that you protect yourself. So, I recommend, because obviously I can't tell you what to do, I just recommend that you stay inside and protect yourself.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
No, we need her in the fight.
Listen, she'll
God.
come when she needs to come. She's
That's
Look
what
at that.
They says.
10.
She looks at you and she's like, yeah, sure, I'll stay inside.
Thank you, my lady.
Yeah, no problem, Urith. I'll stay right here.
I feel like you're being condescending a little bit.
I don't like when you talk to me that way.
But
I very much
Anywho.
appreciate your concern, Urith. But if you seek to fight this dragon, then I will be at your side.
Oh.
Guess we
Okay.
Go!
Go.
Let's go.
Should we
Yeah,
try
just
to
walk
surprise
outside.
it, or?
Thunder spells, got all the troops ready. Let's go.
Yeah, we should surprise it.
Okay, can I roll a tinkering check to see if I can rig this thing up properly?
Yes, roll me a tinkering check. It's currently inside. Where are you going to take it? You're going to try and wheel it to the doorway there?
Yeah, I want to be able to shoot from the doorway.
Yeah. You
Well,
get some
I'm
help,
hoping
and with a couple of the dwarves are like, I will move this thing, no problem, go on, boys. And they push the thing to the doorway,
Yeah.
get it up on some boards to lift it to be able to shoot skyward. And you reckon, like it's relatively a stealthy operation. It's happening inside. Dragons can't see through walls. They're not ghosts, and
Cool.
you
I'm
fuck it
gonna
up
go-
basically.
I'm gonna go try and distract the dragon.
Huh?
I'm gonna try and distract the dragon.
Alright.
Okay.
Let's go talk to him.
Is he outside on the ground or where is he? That's some.
Currently
just
up
asking.
on the top of the keep.
He's pretty darn here.
The dragon kind of sees you approach, stretches for a moment, and says,
I am displeased. We have made no progress towards our goal.
It's been one night.
Kind of like flag him down to the low ground. I'm down here. I can't talk to you up there.
He just did.
The dragon kind of
Carries
steps
that,
to the edge of the lip of the building and creens its head down towards you, just enjoying the height difference, and says,
Why? What do you want from me?
I have a tome in my possession that is said to have secrets about Tiamat in it. Can't read it. It's in a language I don't understand. I wondered if you might be able to try, being the intelligent creature you are.
roll me a deception check.
Oh, moment of truth, Toad.
You've got advantage.
Yeah, I do. Because I'm a mask. Deception. Boom.
Okay.
26.
Fuck me.
This guy is
58
rolls.
dragon. What are these?
I promise you, every time you roll deception checks on this dragon, it is considered a hard check, and you have to roll a 25 or above.
Fucking puff the magic dragon here.
The dragon kind of creens its head down towards you.
What is this tome?
Take out the Tome of Summoning. Now open it up, and I just pointed at him.
The dragon kind of creens down towards it. Let's take a look.
So temporarily the dragon's on top of the keep, I guess, right now.
Dragon's on top. I'm down. I'm down there,
Okay.
like leaning his head down towards. Where am I on the map?
Yeah, we should get everybody on the map.
So I would be
now.
like Here, I guess.
before this all goes horribly, horribly wrong.
Terrible. Why am I here?
So the lady's going to be inside. She's on
God.
the second floor, but we'll have her in there. Thunder spells will be in there too.
I don't know where I'm at. I'm lost.
We'll say that the...
Where's my little... There she is.
I know where these guys would be.
I don't
Down
know where
here
that
at the
would
stables.
be, like, in here.
And the dwarves would be in the eating hall. No doubt.
There we go.
The Templars are in the east.
Yeah, Templars are in the east. There's a stable down there that people haven't really explored, and they would be in the stables, no doubt. Okay.
These guys have bows.
Which guys are they?
Any guys?
No. The Templars
No.
are wielding swords
Ranged ones.
primarily. They're mounted knights, and the dwarves. The only ranged attackers you had were the elves, but you were unable to persuade them to remain.
Oh, brilliant.
Are they just lend us any bows?
The dwarves are capable of throwing hammers, but it's not their specialty.
I mean, are there bows, like some sort of stock of bows?
So this is late in the day to be asking this question. Timber is like
Yeah.
literally right now trying to
Dragon-
deceive a dragon and almost
Yeah,
certainly
yeah.
gonna fail.
Fine.
Because the dragon is either gonna fail this save or succeed this save, and either way he's gonna know that this book isn't what Timber said it was.
Where are you? Zealy.
In the top here. Up
In
here.
the top where? Where?
I'm here with these guys.
Okay.
Alright. Can
In with
I...
the dwarves.
I have bows, but you might want to come get them.
I
I
can't.
have an extra as well.
Bless you.
So the dwarves, stout, stalwart, hardy little warriors, but not archers particularly. They used to crossbows, but they prefer to throw throwing axes if they have to go ranged. And even then, they're not designed for kind of airborne combat. They aren't. They can throw, but they can't throw that high. Like maybe 60 feet of throwing range on their throwing hammers or axes. Crossbows would go further, but heavy crossbows would be probably more useful on a dragon. This thing's got scales as thick as your arm, would be difficult to penetrate its armor. It's a dragon. Alright.
Keep trying to fix this thing before while it's all happening.
Sorry?
Do I only get the one tinkering check to get up
No, we'll
properly?
give you, we'll say that you, it's not difficult to wind a rope around the end of it, if that's what you're trying to do,
Yeah.
and try and anchor it to something in the kitchen.
Well, it's gonna be hopefully, yeah, to hopefully the stone wall in here.
So trying to kind of find a way to anchor it to the stone wall.
Yeah.
Okay. The interior wall, I assume, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, with the dwarves' help, these guys know stonecraft, and you manage to kind of chip a hole in the wall enough to be able to feed a rope through in it. You feel like it's pretty bound in there. Still
Wait,
going to be a
hold
difficult
on.
shot.
Hold on. So he can drill a hole in the wall, but we can't try and find these guys.
I gave him a roll earlier.
Weapons.
You can, if you wanna try and find these guys some weapons, you can do.
I mean, the whole army just left this place. There's got to be some sort of bows for these guys to shoot. If this guy can drill a hole in the wall,
Chip.
at least one bow for any of these guys.
Feels like a generous
Some
ruling.
sort of ranged weapon.
Given the Timber ran out into the middle of the thing and was just like, here's a book, dragon, and he said the words, I'm doing it as a distraction. And while Neros was moving the thing into place, I'm going to say no to both. I'm going to say that Neros doesn't have time to chip away at the wall, not given that Timber
Excellent, Zealy.
and
In my face, if we all die, it's your fault.
there was so much time for you to think of this stuff like at some other point during multiple silences. And now at the 11th hour, Timper's like, hey, here's a book. And suddenly everyone thinks tactically. No. D20 plus 7 for the dragon. Dragon rolls a 15, which saves. And summons something or other.
Go.
Best plan ever.
Alright. So, shall I roll for the dragon? Actually, I'm going to get Timfer to roll for the dragon, given that he commanded it. He invited trying to play on the dragon's narcissism. Roll me a D10.
3.
And a D20.
2.
Sure.
The dragon reads from the book in Timfer's hand, and it's a sort of snarling, draconic sound that comes out. And ripping from the pages of the book, this strange form erupts and pops right next to Timfer, landing on the ground. And it looks at Timfer and licks his face. This giant, well, standard-sized brown bear. This is like looking around, just like oddly friendly. This particular brown bear. The dragon, looking at you, says,
What trickery is this? What are you doing?
Wait, that's not Tiamat. And I am going to cast the scroll of fire shield on myself.
as Timfer pulls out a scroll, is like, reads it, and then this bursting fire shield comes up. The dragon kind of rears back.
I knew it! Deceivers and usurpers, all of you, I will burn you!
And everybody rolls for initiative.
Oh, what did you get? Good. I could have done. That's terrible. It's all the initiative roll, guys. This is it.
Yeah. Well, you need that.
Oh, 11.
Oh, the dragon thing.
Oh, wow.
That's what it sounds like. I might put that on really quietly in the background. Alright. So. Let's get some initiative rolls from Lenneth.
18.
Zeely.
Wow. 20.
Timfer.
21.
The mighty Neros.
13.
Urith is
11.
11. And Seraphina.
13.
Alright. Let's get some others down here. Really?
Oh, the bear.
Really?
Standing there like.
Not to you, man. Oh.
Go.
It's basically Yogi the bear.
Oh, someone rolled a natural 20.
Those are teammates or enemies, Cass? Oh, 18's a big dragon.
20 is thunder spells.
Alright. The see how this fight goes. We're probably gonna have to. We might have to stop in the middle of it if it goes too long. But interestingly, Fire Shield Tinfer has initiative roll that's faster than light. It's Tinfer who's up.
Oh shit!
As Tinfer just puts its hands up, this sort of this burst of flame erupts around him in this big sphere for a moment, and then there's just a single rippling wave of red that keeps surrounding him and refreshing the shield that he's inside.
What was the ruling we made on
Death by Dragon?
Spells as bonus action?
Yes, you can cast spells as a main action and as a bonus action. Yeah, there's a weird rule in the DMG that I really don't understand, and Matt Mercer doesn't hold to either.
But was that only
Bonus action spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still only cast bonus action spells as a bonus action. You can't cast spells that aren't bonus action, but there is a rule that says you can't cast 2 spells in a round, which is a dumb rule. So you can absolutely cast 2 spells in a round.
What about my ability that lets me cast spells as bonus action?
You only get 1 bonus action. That's the trick. So you could cast a spell and then cast a spell as a bonus action. That's what Tiberius used to do.
Yeah.
He used to use Quicken
I
Spell.
can do that. That's fine.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
It blows the spell slots, doesn't it? So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it just means you can do a lot of stuff fast, but you still
Yeah.
focus on. Anyway, I'm gonna start with I'm gonna Misty Step backwards.
Avoiding an opportunity attack as the dragon kind of leans down, snaps its jaws around you, and as it closes its mouth, you vanish from existence and appear 30 feet back.
Into the cabbage patch back here. among the vegetables. And then maybe run another 10 feet back. Here.
Okay.
Then I just say, "Come at me, bro!" And I'm gonna cast Earthbind on him.
All right.
Gonna flow through the middle.
What's its save?
It is a strength saving throw.
Yeah. Plus 20 strength.
Rolls a 16.
My DC 17 would work.
He blows a legendary resistance.
Yeah, he does. Get that shit out of it.
And the spell fails as this kind of grasping earth begins to claw his body down and just casts it off, blowing one of his resistances. Give me 2 seconds.
Image strike.
What are you going to do for your second thing while I look that up?
What? There's no more things.
No more for oh, you Misty Stepped, of course. Then give me 2 seconds just while I look that up.
So are all the Templars here, or just...
So as you guys watch, you look over and Tinfer just suddenly, you can see his wild surge builds up in his hands as the tension of the situation occurs, and he just pops for a moment and he looks around and nothing happens, and then suddenly poof, he just explodes in white light as this sort of avatar of light, and he casts daylight on himself by accident. He is just this radiant beacon in the early morning.
Yeah. I'm like, come at me, bro.
Great. Taunt succeeded.
Yeah.
Ragnarok's not coming for you.
Alright, the dwarves next, as they all begin to march forward. These are windows. Fuck it, they're going through the fucking window. Just this horde of dwarves. They're like, "Whoa, come on, boys, we're not done yet. Let's go!" And they just charge forward, sprinting past Zeely and just smashing through the windows and diving out, tumbling onto the ground outside. Oh, this music is annoying. Oh, wait. No, I don't think they're going to make it. They'd be at disadvantage, but I don't think the range on their hammers is going to be enough. Alright, but they will spread out, using their dash to keep themselves safe, knowing dragons as these guys. Actually, they probably don't really know dragons, but they know what this one can do. They watched it. They will spread out, try and avoid the blast. And then next round, they're going to start throwing.
As long as it's not a 60-foot cone, they're good.
They're out of movement speed. They only move 25 feet. Like, in order to get outside, they nearly have to dash. Actually, some of them can get a bit further forward. Anyway, Zeely, you're up. As the dwarves just begin to run past you, reacting a little bit quicker, they just start to charge through windows and run into the field. You're muted, Zeely.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to take a peek at one of these windows that the dwarfs just dived out of. And we're going to cast a spell that we've never cast before. So,
It's happening.
Cabs,
Yes?
what are... These are like wagons?
Yes.
Okay, would you describe those as medium, large, or huge?
They wagons themselves are large.
Large.
The
okay.
horses that pull them, these guys here are medium. Oh, yeah, are medium, I think. The bear is large as well.
Nope. So I just want the wagons.
Okay.
So at level 6, I'm gonna burn my level 6 spell slot. I'm gonna cast animate object on
Oh shit.
those 3 wagons.
Holy the motherfuck is that spell? I've only read it ever once.
So I wanted to do this when we're in the dining hall with cutlery, but I didn't want to blow it because I don't have many of these slots. So I can do 12 non-magical objects, but large objects count as 4. So I can animate 3 of them. Each of those becomes a creature of my control. As a bonus action, I can command any of the creatures to do whatever. What does it say? So they all have stats.
50 HP and 10 AC.
Yeah. 2d10 damage. So,
And you made of wood?
something about. Okay, so their speed is 30 feet.
Well, I'm gonna give you control over them.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me 2 seconds, we'll get it. So, as Zeely kind of looks out of the window after these dwarves are sort of running past Timfer, some of them sort of darting into the foliage, trying to find some of the vegetable patches mostly, but they're almost as small as Timfer is, looking for some cover. Zeely reaches out with his hand and just kind of sings a resonant note, I guess, for a moment, just hums in the air. And as he hums, the energy becomes almost like a rainbow swirl that sings out of his lungs and into his hand. And he casts it forward and it darts across, just drifting playfully through the air, and begins to swirl around these 3 carts on the ground that kind of begin to creak and twitch. And then, like a transformer, just snap into place and become these kind of automaton carts that just rise up in this, I reckon like a bipedal way, with like wheels for feet that just kind of rotate them back and forth, and the rest of their bodies just click into place into sort of this almost humanoid, half wagon, half person form.
Okay, so so then they start to rise up, and they start to fly towards the dragon, looking to slam it. Basically, a body slam the dragon.
All right.
So, are they in range this round? 30 feet up, or?
Yes. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'd say they probably are in range. I'll say that it, like, because they have wheels, like, they can climb, like, fast. So they'll just, like, scramble up the
But
wall.
it doesn't like. I don't think it like transform. It doesn't like transform the object into a man.
Okay, so it just animates them in a kind of... Because it says if the object lacks other appendages it can use for locomotion, it can float, it can fly. But they kind of have wheels, these things.
Yeah.
So I'm not
That's
sure
not
that counts. I was trying to cover it for you. But if you're going to shoot yourself in the foot, you can do. I don't know if it counts as like being able to hover if they have wheels.
They have a method of travel, so.
I think what that's trying to say, like,
Is it...
if it were a statue, it would use its
candlestick,
legs
right?
and arms.
Alright, I'll give it to you. So
Well,
these...
it's the same time as when Ellen made stone serpents. They were stone serpents and they had to crawl. They couldn't float.
But this, I mean, it does say if it doesn't have appendages it can use for locomotion. I'll rule in your favour, because that's always the
Total
better way
shit,
to
they
do
have
things.
wheels.
Wagon, but it doesn't move itself though.
Neither do stone serpents.
Huh?
Neither do stone serpents.
So,
Probably the same. This is like a 6th level spell compared to.
alright, it's a 5th level spell, but he's casting it at 6th level. But we're killing the pace. So, the wheels of the wagon just begin to rotate in place as the wagons just lift themselves off of the ground, like being propelled, like small drones, as they just begin to float into the air, their wheels rotating in place quickly, and they shoot up 30 feet into the air towards the dragon. You're just going to have them go, like, ramming speed.
Like bum bum bum.
As they slam into the dragon from below. Roll me an attack. Or for each of them, in fact.
So we're talking D20 plus 6.
Holy shit, you rolled a nat 20 for that thing.
15, does that hit?
15 does not hit.
25?
25 does, and the nat 20 obviously does. Well done. I like the idea that they transformed, but we can have that conversation later.
Okay, so the first one does 10 damage.
Okay.
And then, did we decide which way around we're doing it? Are we rolling twice? We're rolling 4 or doubling
You get to
damage?
choose, but you just have to do it before you roll, and you have to do it
What do
like
you get?
consistently.
Get to choose though?
It
always
doesn't.
pick
It doesn't
my roll.
like statistically. It doesn't make any difference.
Uh,
You can't do it after you roll the first one and go, I'm going to roll the
okay,
second
but
one.
let's just double the dice then. Like,
Alright.
I've always done it before.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which way you do it as long as you like consistently do that way.
And there was 12 damage on the other one.
All right. As these wagons like career into the air and slam into the dragon from below, it staggers back for a moment, trying to push its like paws out at these the claw paws out at these wagons, slamming into it. It roars out a little, more kind of concerned than wounded, but like, the fuck is this? Any more for any more, Zeely?
That's it.
All right. Okay, the lady strolls out onto the... In fact, she's going to stay inside, but she is going to look outside. Okay. She's going to do her thing, and then Dragon's next. So, Dragon takes off. Do the objects get a reaction attack?
I was thinking about that. I'm thinking.
Are they smart enough?
I think it's up to you. I don't know.
I'm gonna
If they
say-
get if they get a reaction, I guess. Like, do they get?
It just says then you make a single melee attack against a creature if you command it to attack. I don't know, Gaz, that's to you. I think maybe probably not.
Yeah, I think not. Probably not. Given that they aren't like intelligent creatures that
Yeah,
take the opportunity, they just follow your direct commands. don't
In
they?
my mind, it's kind of like telekinesis, but like they have a will of their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just like slamming against it,
Yes.
rather than bloody Pierre or whatever from Beauty and the Beast.
All right then.
First thing I thought of.
All right. So the dragon takes to the sky, beats its wings, flies sort of, I'll say maybe 10 feet up off the ground, and spits this really tiny amount of fire that is actually like really big.
At the bear? Oh.
At literally everything it can reach.
Billy, basically.
60-foot cone.
That's a big cone.
Oh, okay.
Just as I thought it would be. Cool. It was nice having dwarves.
And you're
Nice. Oh god.
bigger.
Holy shit.
Bigger. Bigger.
So the Lady of Waterdeep, like it tickles her, but she's just out of range of the blast as the dragon launches into the sky and just, I'll burn you all, and just explodes this burst of flame that jets out and coats the whole area. All of the vegetables are badly
No,
burnt.
not that.
Badly burnt. So I need everybody caught in it to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, Cabs, I got a question for my Shieldmaster perk. It
Reaction
says
day again.
if I'm subjected to an effect that allows me to make a dex saving throw to take half damage, you can use reaction to take no damage if you succeed. So I gotta succeed, okay.
Yeah, you got to succeed on it, but yes. Oh dear.
That's really terrible. 7.
Oh no.
That's bound to happen.
You take half, or is it just only if you succeed?
That's only if I succeed, but I think I could actually add something to something. Hold on a second. I gotta add my shield AC to my dex save, so that's 9, I guess.
So Timfer fails, Ureth fails, but Timfer gets resistance anyway because of the red
I get
dragon
resistance
mask.
too.
I get immunity, yo, because I got fire shield as well.
Oh no way! Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Fire shield gives resistance.
My
Alright.
sword is resistance.
So who else is in the fire here? Is anybody else? Oh, the dwarves. Okay, yes, they're fine.
As I suspected.
And the bear. All right, so Ureth, the bear, the dwarves all take 62 points of fire damage.
Do I take half of that?
Did you save?
No, my sword has fire
Oh yeah,
resistance.
you take half because of the sword gives you resistance to fire damage. That's right.
Nice one, son.
Still a lot of fucking damage. Okay.
It's so good. I've been like killed outright so many times by dragons. Fucking bro.
You got 62 health or not?
Sit there and take it. I'm immune, yeah.
But if
Take
you
it.
did, if you weren't immune, were you?
Yeah,
dead?
just. I do standing, but only just. Yeah, usually it's like there's no budget. Like every dragon we've ever fought. Yeah, it's usually me and Nero.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're dead.
We're done.
Okay, Ureth, your sword does not give you resistance to fire. I don't know where you got that from. It's not in your card and it's not in the weapon description.
Oh no.
Look at the. Well, I mean, I believe you, but it says here, like on the card, and you gain resistance to fire damage.
Where?
On the last sentence.
It says you deal additional 2d6 fire damage to any target it hits. Flame Tongue, what are you looking at?
Frostbrand?
Oh, Frostbrand! That's my bad.
Still Flame Tongue.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, that's my bad. I had the fire in my head and I thought it was Flame Tongue. Yeah, you were absolutely right.
Am I? I'm second guessing myself.
Nope, you're right. I'm looking at the description in the DMG. Sorry, it's my fault because I thought it was Flame Tongue that you were wielding for some reason. So with the sword out, Ureth just draws the sword, and there's this wave of cold energy that just barely holds this flame in check. And though Ureth gets scorched by the flames, it covers the whole area. Unfortunately, the brown bear dies,
Oh,
having just...
didn't even know his name.
My name was
Name.
Jeff.
We'll never know.
And unfortunately, I think the dwarves die.
That's
Oh my
awkward.
god.
Not all of them, but it's 3/4 because
Oh,
most of
wow.
them failed their saves.
Yeah, well,
I'll
you
leave
know.
that up because it's badass. Okay, so dragon, just this torrent of fire. Oh shit, Zeely, 2 of the
Oh no.
of those wooden
All the wagons are gone, right?
the wagons are in the fire as well.
They're wood. Come on.
They're made of wood.
They're gone.
They don't get any save, do they? Oh, they do. They get a dex save. They've got dexterity.
They're gone.
So roll me a d20. Oh, 2 d20s, Zeely. Is he there? Oh, you're muted, sorry.
I am there, yeah.
Sorry, I have like 8 windows up at once. I don't have Skype in looking at Skype.
Dex.
It's
It's
10, so you
10,
get it's a
so it's
plus
just
0, so it's a straight up d20 roll. This is live or die for these creatures as well.
For all 3 of them?
Magical stuff.
No, only 2. The other one's not in the fire, but the 2 are.
Okay, so one's dead.
Just the one, okay. So one of them just scatters in the flames, just completely consumed and explodes. But the other 2 still going strong. And
One of them flips out of the way like a ninja. See you
like
later.
does a barrel roll. Just...
Yeah.
So the wooden
Let it
wagon
cut.
takes half fire damage?
It's
Managing to
magical
go-
wooden wagon.
Okay.
Ruin this.
It's magical. Lenneth, you're up.
Alright. Did the protection from energy, does that stack if you have a magic weapon? That gives you fire resistance?
No, fire resistance generally doesn't stack. It's only the dragon masks that have a special ability that allows stacking of resistances.
Okay. I had a plan, but now he's in the air, so I'm gonna cast Ice Storm on the dragon.
All right.
And that is a dexterity saving throw.
Rolls a 3.
Whoa.
He fails. Then I roll for damage, I guess.
Yeah. Roll that damage as this cloud. Lenneth opens her book, flicks to the right page, looks up, draws from the book this sort of column of smoke that she casts out with her hand, and from the book it spirals into the air like a tornado and begins to summon this huge cloud above the dragon, who looks up just in time. There's a flash of thunder above, and these shards of ice just begin to plummet from the sky.
I'm gonna make 2 rolls then, 1 2d8 and 1 4d6.
You need
Okay.
a bludgeoning 46 cold.
Yeah. So that's 5 bludgeoning.
And then cold.
12.
Whew, nice roll. Alright. As these shards of ice come tumbling down, hitting the dragon like boom, boom, slamming into the sides of this dragon, like landing near Ureth a couple, bam, bam, bam. In fact, how big is Ice Storm?
20 foot sword,
20, yeah.
20-foot radius.
Yes.
40 foot high.
You're going to try and miss Ureth, aren't you? That's probably doable, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever happens, happens,
That's the
right?
point.
If I hit him.
Would you roll me an Arcana check? Lenith? Sometimes we do that to make sure. It's a huge target and it's flying. It's going to be difficult to aim. I just want to make sure that you don't hit Urith by accident. 20-foot radius. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's fine. You angle it in such a way as to sort of avoid the creatures around the dragon and aiming it like right at... Actually, yeah. Yeah, it's a very easy roll in a sense because you can aim it right at the back and just have it hammer on the back side of the dragon. It slams a couple of ice shards into it and the dragon howls out, casting its legs in the air and then beating its wings against the ground to keep itself in flight.
And that's it for my turn.
Alright. Seraphina.
Okay, so it's in the air.
It is.
How high?
It's 40 feet off the ground on ground height, and it's 10 feet off the top of the building.
20 feet high then, okay.
40 feet, yeah.
So if I'm 70 feet away, that's 110.
It is.
Cool. That's good. I'm going to shoot it, but I'm going to use my paralysis arrow while I'm doing it.
Okay.
$19.
So it gets... that does hit, just. So it
Okay.
gets a save.
Yeah.
Con.
Constitution.
You're not going to believe it has a 13 modifier to Constitution. So it rolls a 16. Still can't seem to roll very well.
Plus 13 Constitution. Cool.
Still rolled a natural 3. That's 2 natural 3s in a row.
That saves,
Okay.
but it still takes some damage.
Roll that damage on the poison.
All that damage, yo.
No, it doesn't take poison.
Oh, from the bolt itself, yeah.
Yeah. That's 10.
10 damage as the bolt sings through the air, striking the creature. Deep into the scales it goes, and the creature kind of howls out. And you can see it kind of seizing up for a moment, and then it just beats its wings and cries out. Any more for any more? Serafina?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for another attack. I'm guessing that doesn't hit.
Nope.
Okay. And I'm gonna go back in. Yeah.
Alright. God, I need a wee, can you believe?
You can if you want.
Yeah, I'm
don't
gonna just
believe.
nip to the bathroom. 2 seconds. I always do that. I drink because I'm talking and then I need a wee.
So what movement, Matthew or Smudge, does a wagon have?
Only a flying speed of 30. So it'd be 30 to get to the floor, another turn to get 30 feet in the air, and then another turn to get the 40 feet in the air. So it'd be 3 turns, and I can only give them one. I can't like order one to come down and the other one to hit it.
Ride a wagon up. Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't know what else to do. It's so high in the
The
air.
wagon goes 30 feet up, and then you can jump to 10.
I can hold my turn until then I can just jump.
Yeah.
Use it as
Yeah.
catapult, basically. Like
Yeah.
propel
Yeah,
you
let's
on.
go. Momentum. Let's just do it. Fuck it.
That'd be so
Smudge, don't look
badass.
like that. Let's just do it.
Jump on the car and wait.
Yeah.
You could totally do that.
But it only has like you can move 30 feet in 6 seconds. So it's not like a catapult that can just like propel you up.
Oh, look at Matt killing all the fun.
But you're like 6 feet tall, so you only have to jump like 4 feet. You can do that.
I'm doing
The
it,
momentum of the catapult, yeah.
But it's 30 feet in the air right now.
It's okay. I'll get there.
Alright. Neros, you're up.
Gonna command the zombies to go max movement. As a group. About there.
They begin to, like, slump across the field, this this horde of zombies, including this huge, like, ogre-ish zombie at the back.
Alright. This fire is persistent. This is just for show? Do you have this up?
Just for show, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll take it down now.
Alright, I'm gonna run out 30 feet. And I'm gonna cast... Yeah. Ray of Enfeeblement.
Alright.
I don't know why I did the spell card and not the actual attack.
Very nice.
I've never used this one yet, so... Try that again. 26?
Holy shit, nice shot. Yes. That does hit.
So now he has to make it, I don't know to the point of it having to be a hit and then a DC, but it's a DC.
It says at the end of each of his turn he can do that.
Oh, okay. So he gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So it
Alright,
affects him now. It strikes the creature, this beam of green energy, just like a laser from the tip of your finger, just firing it out. And it strikes the creature, and you could just see it ripple across its form, and he's like, just screaming out, and suddenly you can see, like, his wings are tired, and he's beating against the sky, but he is, like, you can see the tiredness in him for a moment. Yeah, and he is enfeebled. Good roll.
Alright. I think I'm gonna leave it at that. Yeah, that's it for me.
Alright. Ureth, you're up.
Okay, so I'm kind of beside a dead bear and some wooden wagons here. I'm going to. There's a wagon up in the air, right? A wagon?
Yes, 2 wagons in the air, floating at about
Okay.
30 feet above you.
I'm going to use those like Mario does blocks. Okay, I'm going to try my best to jump up. Do I see anything near me I can jump up and like maybe off of or grab?
The wall.
or
I mean,
climb?
there's a wall, so you could try to triangle jump, like jump up, grab the wall, and parkour up to the. Might be
Wanna get up
tricky,
to the
but you can
highest
certainly
height.
try.
Feet.
Okay,
30
but
feet, yeah. I mean, that's
just need really
pretty
good
high up.
rolls. Yep.
But I'm saying, what you could do is you could try to climb the wall and then jump from the wall, I guess.
Okay, let's do that.
So you climb at half speed, right?
You do. You
Okay.
can get up 15 feet, and then you could jump to the cart this turn.
Okay. I'll do that.
You have to jump 15 feet. It's actually pretty high. That's actually pretty difficult. I mean, you could try, but it would be
Maybe he's
like.
He's 6 foot tall.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He'd have to jump
When I
twice his
stretch
height.
out, it's like 7-ish kind of tall. You know what I mean?
You'd need a nat 20 to get from there to the cart.
Isn't there a thing on jumping? Like,
Yeah, there is a calculation, but I've never been
yeah,
able to figure it out.
it's like something plus half your strength or something. Plus
You can jump like a certain number of feet equal to your strength or something.
different, like long jumps and high jumps are different.
Cabs, you tell me what I gotta do. I'm going.
And I try.
I'm going to look it up very briefly.
This-
Jumping.
This could be a clutch jump right here.
Yeah.
Bought it.
Jumping rules. Player handbook under chapter 8.
High jump. When you make your high jump, you leap into the air and jump a number of feet equal to 3, plus your strength modifier.
Which is
With my strength modifier?
Yeah.
So
5,
3.
4, 3. So you
six.
can jump if you like scamper up the wall and jump. You can make about 6 feet of jump. You can't make it in a turn unless you dash. You could dash up 30 feet up the wall and jump across.
We'll do that because you can't do anything anyway. Because
Yes, I'm going to do
you're
that.
still out of range
I'm
of the dragon.
going to dash up the wall like Spider-Man, and then just jump for that wagon.
All right.
Some
Alright.
rolls.
What kind of rolls I got to give you?
Just give me an athletics check to jump to the thing. It won't be so difficult.
Cool. What's next?
You leap off the wall, grab onto the edge of the cart, pull yourself in. You are now inside a floating cart.
Okay. Do I have any other actions I can take, or am I done?
I think you're done. So you used your action to dash, and then you use your bonus action to kind of do the leap.
Oh. Well, shoot. Okay. Well. Okay. Turn's over. I look up at the dragon, get closer.
All right. Thunder Spells steps out onto the landing. Didn't give a shit. Reaches out with his hand and casts lightning bolt. And
Yes. Get him.
Dex save for the creature, who gets... He does get a bit of Dex, actually. 6. He does save, but fuck it, lightning bolt. 86.
What is that?
Still takes a good chunk of damage from the bolt as Thunder Spell steps out and he's like,
You'll meet your end here today.
creature of darkness! And he reaches forward and there's this blast of lightning. And it strikes forward and you can see this creature just kind of roars out into the sky as Thunder Spells roars out and this smash of lightning flashing through the sky across the canyon. How close to the... No, he can do it. Good. Something I wouldn't have to retcon. Timfer, you're going to be next because the knights who are charging out into battle are going to have difficulty actually getting into doing much, but they will ride out their full movement and spread out and try and get into some kind of attack formation to fight. But Timfer, you're up.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast a Find again, the strength save.
He's not on the ground currently. Does he have to be?
No.
All right, strength save.
D2 plus 8.
D2, yeah.
Yeah, just that.
He blows a second legendary resistance because I cannot roll again.
Yeah.
It's fucking 2 3s and a 5 so far. I'm doing really well. Yeah, blows another legendary resistance to hold back this spell that's coming in.
Okay. Bonus action. 2 sorcery points. Quicken spell. Earthbind again.
All right.
But I'm gonna have to do it at 3rd level because I don't have any 2nd level spells.
Fucking natural 4. Oh my god, I can't roll. He's gonna blow his last legendary resistance to hold off this fucking ability. As Timfer's just throwing out spells, these bolts of earth trying to rip up and grab the creature and pull it down, but he just tears away from it each time. Rolling nicely there too. Alright. The dwarves rush forward and begin hurling their axes at the creature. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of the ice storm because it's only there for a round. Yeah. As these axes come flying forward and strike the creature a couple of times. This red dragon, as a reaction, uses 2 of its legendary actions and just beats its wings against the ground and flies. Is anybody within 10 feet of the creature?
Yeah, my wagons are at 10 feet, and so is Urith.
So the wagons and Urith have to make a dexterity saving throw. As the wagons and Urith try to dodge out of the way of this huge bolt of, like a wave of air pressure from the wings.
They both fail.
Your earth rolls a 16 when you add my shield to it, right?
Reaction.
Well, it said deck save, right?
Yeah. But the deck save is a DC 22.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
harsh. Dragons, yeah.
Does a wagon fall?
So you guys take 17 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone, so the wagons kind of clatter back down towards the ground, and you're at 2. About 30 feet off the ground is 3d6. So they take 4 additional points of bludgeoning damage, but bearing in mind, Ureth, you reduce bludgeoning damage by 3, so you're not taking so much damage.
I'm feeling okay, just fucking discouraged, that's all.
Just
Wait, they. Okay.
what?
I feel the determination.
Wait.
How far does that knock them?
They're knocked prone.
Yeah, well, they're hovering, so they can't be knocked prone.
Oh yeah, good point. So they're not knocked prone, but Ureth is.
So I got knocked off the wagon?
We'll say actually that you're in the wagon, not prone
Okay.
into the wagon. So otherwise, it's a bit mean.
Okay.
So you saved the 1 point of damage that you would have taken from the fall damage. But yeah, you remain in the wagon. Yeah, good point. They're hovering, so they don't suffer prone.
But
So-
still take 17 damage.
Yeah, that's from the buffeting of the wind itself. That's not from being knocked prone.
Yeah.
They just take the bludgeoning damage. But they have like 50 health points. They're fine. The dragon kind of beats its wings and flies 40 feet forwards. Turns out it can't go anywhere else because it can only fly like 40 feet after the wings are buffeted. So it just kind of flies into the center of the room. Still 40 feet off the ground. Yeah. And I know what the lady's gonna do.
So it's 40 feet that way, and
Yeah, it can't go down. It's 40 feet into the air and it's flying forward.
okay. It's okay. I'll figure it out.
Alright, she's gonna do it. Having prepared herself. I need to check his +8. Fuck off. Alright.
That's 20! Whose roll was that, Cabs?
That was the dragon's save.
Oh,
I thought that was the lady.
I wish.
Yo, man.
It's so cool she gave me wings.
Fuck. Right. The lady steps out onto the causeway with next to thunder spells, and she reaches out and casts telekinesis and tries to grab the dragon and drag it to the ground, but the dragon just shakes off the effect. Cannot move it, unfortunately, this round. In which case, it's the dragon's turn. And the dragon is going to, like, Timfer baited it, so it's going to fly up to Timfer. It's gonna land on the ground, and it's gonna use Frightening Presence. So everybody rolls a DC 19 Wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Got a question.
My legendary resistance.
Okay.
You got resistance to that?
Roll
I
it
have
first.
advantage against being charmed.
I don't think it's a charm spell. It would be a frightened spell.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna use my legendary resistance as well.
All right.
Cabs, I got a question.
Yes.
Okay. As a paladin, I cannot be frightened at level 10. Now, it doesn't mention anything about like having my what's it called? You know.
Faith.
Yeah. You cannot be frightened.
Yeah. So I'm okay. I don't have my. I'm lost for words. A little relic or a little symbol.
Yeah.
I don't have that, but it doesn't mention I need it.
And as you stand there in this floating wagon, with the dragon kind of only 40 feet away from you, sword in hand. The dragon kind of roars into the sky. It's kind of just terrifying blast. And as it hits you, you feel that kind of warmth inside you that you feel when you know that Tyr is nearby. And though your faith has been shaken and tested, like that warmth just beneath your armor is always there, and it stands you stalwart against this blasting terror, and you don't feel particularly frightened. You're certain that you can do this.
Is it a spell?
It's not a spell, but rather an ability. It's mostly just the dragon is so ridiculously big and terrifying that he has the chance to scare people that look at it.
Sorry, Kaz, it's wisdom, yeah?
It is wisdom saving throw.
Oh god, you got me so scared. Just scaredy cats. It's just a dragon. Super close.
Oh, it's so dark that you just look like a floating head.
Okay, so anybody that didn't roll a 19 and anybody that didn't use their legendary resistance is frightened for 1 minute, but you get to make the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. Frightened basically means you have disadvantage on attacks against the creature and can't approach it.
Okay.
That last part's pretty important.
Yeah. So it uses its first attack against Timfer.
Uses its eat Timber ability.
27 to hit.
Yeah. That'll hit.
Can I cast shield as a reaction on Timfer?
You can do.
Matter.
It-
I thought, isn't shield on yourself?
It's a self.
Oh shit. Okay.
I don't think it would have saved
My
him
AC is
particularly.
not that high anyway.
It's 25 AC.
So you take 15 points of slashing damage as the bite comes in and like snaps at you and catches you on the arm and then wrenches for a moment as it pulls away. And
Using its strength?
the flames from the heat from his face just cast over you, and that last 8 damage is fire damage, so you don't take it because you're
But-
immune. No, you're not. You take half. Sorry, Nearest, you saying?
Was he using his strength to do that?
He's enfeebled from the
He was. So
he
you
takes
take
half
half
that
damage.
Nice.
So true. All right, good stuff. Yeah, so the fire damage is halved because you're resistant, and the piercing
you.
damage is halved because he's enfeebled. So it's actually only, what, 7 plus 4? So 11 points of damage?
Okay,
Seven,
and then
immune to fire.
I mean,
why are you immune to fire?
'cause he's got the dragon mask and he's got his fire shield.
Oh, what? So you're resistant twice?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not
And-
sure that's how it works, but...
Oh,
The
my
dragon
God,
masks
the
are
mask
unique.
has immunity if you have
we
resistance
talked about that
from
for
before.
10 minutes.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
clever.
That's why you need to
The
take-
dragon masks allow you to gain a layer of resistance. It's not the same. It's specific to dragon masks. Anyway, Mr. Rules.
So,
The
so you don't have any damage against you?
It's 7.
7 damage.
Okay, then I'll use cutting words
Oh my god, I'm invincible.
to try and stop that damage. There you go, knock off 3 of that.
Oh my god. I just
Nice.
heal off that attack.
what do you do to the dragon to distract it?
Play a screeching tone on my violin, distracted.
The dragon kind of distracted in your direction for a moment. How
Oh,
close are you? Not close enough. Oh, you are close enough. You're just through the
I'm inside.
window. Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight. He's not going to try and swing at you through the window, but let's see if he gets some fire breath. He is going to. Yeah, he's fine. So he swings at Timfer for 28 to hit.
Again?
Yeah, with a claw,
Yeah, it hits. Okay.
and that deals 17 points of slashing damage.
Half?
Again, yep. Halved.
Halved, yeah, absolutely. And then he swings a tail at the Lady of Waterdeep, who's nearby.
How bloody dare he?
Haha, maximum damage on the lady as this tail careers around, slams her in the side, lifts her off her feet, and casts her back. She hits the wall and staggers to her knees for a moment, standing up, kind of wiping the blood from her face. And
Is it still half damage?
You would like your organization.
yeah, it is half damage on that last attack, and the dragon is done, meaning that Lenneth, you're up. I'm mindful of the time. Will somebody scream at me when they need to go to bed?
Nope. All nighter. Let's keep going. Keep going. Next.
I'm gonna cast Evolves Black Tentacles
Okay.
on the dragon, and he gets a dexterity saving throw. If he fails, he's restrained for a minute.
Here we go. Strength save?
Dexterity.
Oh,
I
it's dexterity.
Yeah.
Oh, dexterity, not the dragon's best feature, as these tentacles burst out of the ground from below it. Like a pool of black suddenly emerges out of nowhere as Lenneth's eyes blackened. She's casting from a book and just flicking the pages looking for it. Her eyes blacken over, and suddenly there's this pool of black emerges beneath the creature, and it reaches forward. These tentacles wrap up around its legs and body. And I cannot roll. And it wraps up, grabbing the dragon and locking him in place.
Nice.
The dragon, just trying desperately to get out of it, can't, and is locked down.
Nice. No, it's just on his. He can use his action to try and make a strength or dexterity check to get out of it on his turn.
All right.
And
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
that is going to be it for my turn.
As these
Yeah,
tentacles
that's
wrap around, grabbing the dragon, and it can't move. It's just held in place. It can still attack, but it can't. It cannot go anywhere.
He makes a con save now.
Huh?
No, not you. The dragon makes a con save. DC 15. Which he'll pass unless he gets a 1.
7. Jesus.
He
My
totally
rolls are
passes.
terrible. Seraphina, you're up.
Cool. I'm gonna take a shot. $25?
25 does hit.
That should be another 2, because for some reason it only adds... Oh no, it might have done it. Yeah, it's fine. Sneak attack. 17, 35 points of damage.
All right.
And I'll go for another one. $27?
27 also hits.
And that's another 18.
So where are you shooting from, Seraphina?
Oh, sorry. I should have said that I moved to the door.
And then move back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, because my
No, it's
sheet-
okay. I'm just
Right
yeah.
now. Yeah, so I kind of nipped out shot.
You
and
pop
then-
out, aim with both crossbows, just fire at once. 2 bolts that strike the creature as it's trying desperately to wrestle its way out, like getting increasingly frustrated and pissed off.
And that's me.
And Nero.
Right. I'm gonna. How far? Now, is it restrained or just on the ground?
It is
Restrained.
restrained by tentacles that have burst out of the ground and have wrapped themselves around it and are grabbing it, holding it to the ground.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna run 25 feet up to it and cast blindness. Yeah. I don't know why I keep switching to the spell card and not whatever.
Rolls a 23.
Oh, that succeeds.
Okay. Constitution saves are its strength.
Yes.
as your eyes cloud black, you cast your hand out, and the creature's eyes matte black for a moment, and then it shakes it off, and they clear quickly. Now intensely kind of looking at you from a distance, and it tries to step forward to kind of reach for you as a reaction, but the tentacles just kind of hold it back. And instead, it's going to make a tail attack against Zeely through the window. It's going to whip a tail across and try and strike at Zeely through the window. I'm going to make the DC slightly harder as a result. It rolls a 16 to hit.
Definitely hits. Do I get cover or anything?
Yeah, I was just... What's your AC?
15.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it misses because I was going to give you 2 + 2 to cover just because the window's a hard strike. Sorry, Kaz?
I was just saying, is that with your new armor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so...
I'm an action surge and dash away.
All right. As it kind of looks to you, you surge up and sprint for the hills.
Yeah.
Ureth, you're up.
Okay.
You're riding a cart.
I am across the room from the dragon now. What turn order? I mean, when's the cart go? Do I know?
On Zeely's turn.
Wait, is it Uresto again?
I haven't went in a while.
Not since he jumped on the cart. Where's Zeely in the turn order?
I haven't been since I
Eurus
attacked
was
the cart.
just should have been after me, I think.
I've only had one go.
Yeah, you should have gone just after Timfer, so you're next. Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Zeely.
cool. So the carts move
Oh, thank Christ.
30 feet.
That actually works really well. Perfect, yes. As the cart suddenly lurch into life and drag Ureth's butt towards the dragon.
Let's do it. They're 30 feet in the... okay, well... So we're going to save Ureth a bit of a fall when he jumps off and just move maybe like... Boop. Boop. And then maybe move like 10 feet lower.
Okay.
So now they're 20 feet in the air.
Thanks, man.
It's okay, man. Then I'm going to cast Mass Cure Wounds. Okay, so 16. We should get her. I don't know who's her, but basically he's going to cast it like here. That's 3d8 plus.
Spellcasting modifier.
Yeah, 7.
Adding your proficiency to that?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to.
Oh, spellcasting modifier.
Yeah, I misread that too a while back.
Always think that. I've always think that means spell attack bonus.
Yeah, I got confused by it as well.
Okay, so it's plus 3, so minus 4 from that, so 14. So I guess I'll heal Ureth, Tintha, the lady, and then these 3 dwarves. 14 damage. I'm done.
Ureth.
Okay, I run and jump off the wagon. Finally. Jumping isn't like an action, right? It's just like movement.
No, it's just a movement. Yeah, you hop off as part of your movement. You fall 20 feet, and I need you to roll me a acrobatics check to see if you can land without kind of spraining an ankle or something. It's quite a big fall.
I'm fine.
You're fine. as Ureth kind of manages to do a tumble out of it. It's only 20 feet higher, actually, and you wouldn't have made that jump, so Zeely did a good job of lowering it low. You hit the ground and start jogging towards the dragon.
I just want to run and try to, like... Okay, let's see what I can do. I didn't think there's 3 here. You know what? I'm just going to try to, like... How high is his head off the ground? How about that?
Currently, it is... Like, it's being wrapped around by tentacles, so I'd say,
yeah.
you know, like, there are times when it's at your height to strike at it.
Okay.
Like, it's
I'm
not
gonna run
constantly
and jump
there,
on
but
his
it's
head.
moving
Let's go do
around.
that.
And...
Yeah. I'm gonna try to jump on his head, just on the back of his head, you know?
Alright. Roll me an
He's
athletics
kind
check.
of confused right now. He's got his hands full of some technicals, so I got some, you know.
Shadow of the Colossus time.
Yeah. Well, athletics, what'd you say?
Yeah, athletics, as you run forward and leap into the air.
19?
19, you grab onto the creature as it passes, and you're just hanging on for dear life off the creature's face right now.
Okay.
It's not like a you managed to get on the top of
Yeah.
it like Superman. You managed to You managed to grab onto like pieces of scale and just
Yeah.
hold on. Cheek
I want
side.
to just try to climb up on his head. Then I don't know what I got to roll for that, or if I got to move, or what you want to do.
You still got movement, so I'll say roll me another athletics check as you try and climb up the creature as it's moving. Quite tricky, but 15 or above should do it. 24 as you pull yourself up onto the creature.
I want his head.
Yeah.
Okay. I've all of that. Now, what do you think? Do I have actions left? Bonus actions? I mean, you tell me. I mean,
I'll say you have an action. I'll say you used your bonus actions worth of stuff to get onto it, but yeah, you still got an action. It was only movement mostly.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to just stab in the back of his head.
All right, you spin the blade round as you're holding on, and try and jam it into the back of this dragon's scales.
I think that since the dragon is restrained, he has advantage on the attack roll against the dragon.
I think it's prone they get advantage. Let me check.
I think it says so on the roll 20 compendium. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws as well.
What?
That would have been good to know.
I just read it. So.
Yeah, I believe you. All right then. I'm still checking.
Okay.
More checking because I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of grapple.
Look at this! What's happening? I climbed.
Jesus
I jumped from the wagon. I done a barrel roll. I climbed up his face, on his back, and bam, that 20 in the back of the head. Cat.
Nice! Azura spins the blade in his hand, plunges it down into the creature's skull.
Oh my god. I don't know how to calculate this. So, is that 22 plus 8 plus 15?
I think it's doubled it already.
It's doubled it already, yeah.
Oh.
11 plus 8 plus 7 plus 8? 11 plus 7 is 18
does
plus...
cold damage do anything
16.
extra to him or no?
It does not, actually.
Okay.
8 plus 8 is 16, 11 plus 7 is 18, 16 plus 18, 17 plus 17 is 20, 34 points of damage?
Oh my god, I hit him again. Hold on. Swing once, I'll swing again.
Lenneth, did you have a correction?
Nope. Wait, what?
Sorry, I thought somebody called a correction out. So,
14 on the second hit.
34 points of damage, and 14 on the second doesn't penetrate his scales, unfortunately. As you spin it in your hand and strike into the skull, it just ricochets off a scale.
Alright, and then we'll just saddle up, turns over.
Alright. As Thunderspells steps forward to the edge, reaches down and just blasts another lightning bolt towards the creature.
You won't feel the light yet!
And it does presumably some heavy damage. While that's going on, the knights, mounted and not, now that the creature has been grounded by Lenneth, Not all of them can get into battle, but most of them can. And I will roll damage for them in the background. While Thunderspells blasts a lightning bolt, the knights kind of charge forward. Ah, for the Blue Gnome Group! And they start swinging, striking at this beast that's clung to the ground. Fuck me. It's going to... It's going to use a wing attack as a legendary action.
Oh, that's a legendary.
He has disadvantage on both the save from thunder spells and the attacks.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
such a
I
good
know.
spell. Oh.
So the wing attack, everyone needs to succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, that's why he always said.
Yeah.
He
Doesn't have
brought
to
me on
attack.
his head. Does that still count?
Yeah, so you still have to save.
Does anyone get a reaction attack?
No, it's not going to go anywhere. It can't move off the bat. It's restrained to the
But
ground.
if it moves its wings,
No. No. Reaction attacks are for when the creature moves out of melee range.
21.
okay, did you read what I sent you
Which bit did you send me?
about the movement from a dragon wing attack?
Yes, if the creature moves out of melee range, then you can take attack of opportunity, because there's a wing attack, it can move. But if it can't move, then it can't move out of range, you can't take an attack of opportunity.
Oh, okay, I read that differently.
So, anybody who rolled less than a 22 takes...
Harsh.
Yeah, 22 is pretty high, isn't it? But I suppose it is a red dragon.
It is a dragon.
17 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone.
Oh.
So do I get knocked off of him, or how's this work?
You can roll me a save. Roll me an athletics save, like a strength save, to see if you can cling on to the...
Strength saving throw or just athletics check?
Yeah, roll me a strength saving throw. So it blasts you, and as you take the damage from the fall...
16?
I'll say that you tumble down the creature and you grab onto a scale and are kind of hanging from like the side of the creature. The dragon's scale just clinging on you, holding on for dear life. You still take the bludgeoning damage, 17 points of bludgeoning damage, and everybody else is knocked prone.
Can I use cutting words on that as a reaction?
I'm not sure. Yes.
Just on the damage.
Yeah, you can, absolutely.
6.
6? Well rolled.
Knock 6 off that.
Off me?
Off the damage you took.
Is the other damage you took, so...
So it's not 17 points of damage, it's 11. Alright. Top of the order then, Tinfa.
I am going to... I'm gonna cast Chain Lightning at him.
Wow.
Fuck it. Oh, the daily. You have to make a dex saving throw.
And he has disadvantage.
He does. That's why I used it. Oh, man.
I think there's a good chance I might. 17 and 21.
17 makes it, but I'm going to use my reaction to use Tides of Chaos. No, wait. I mean Bent Luck.
Sounds
Tides
cool
of
either way.
Chaos sounds cooler. So I'm going to roll a d4. And I think 3 points. So one, that's fine because my DC is 17, so that drops it to 16. So he fails.
Well played. Do it! Do it! Kill it!
Lucky dragon. Oh! 48. Boom.
God. 48 points of damage?
Shit.
Lightning, me and Thunderstar's just like lightning, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
As Timfer just reaches forward, this bolt of lightning surging out of this tiny gnome's hands and ripping through this dragon who just howls into the air, this column of rage. And yeah, just explodes with rage and fire.
Turn over.
Turn over.
Zeely.
Okay. These cats. It's gonna slam into it.
Yeah.
Slamming into the dragon.
Large D20 plus 6. 12 and 8.
12 and 8 both miss, unfortunately.
Okay. Now, as an action, not a whole bunch I can do. Oh, okay. I will just I guess I'll just reach for the window and try and stab him with my dagger.
All right.
It's a 9.
You actually have advantage because it's restrained.
That's 19.
Yeah, that actually hits.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, did
Get him.
the carts have advantage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everything making melee attacks against it has advantage while it's restrained.
Okay, sweet. So that's 6 damage with the dagger.
You plunge it into the dragon's tail and it like yelps for a moment.
And then let's say that was one of the carts who missed, and then the other one gets 25.
25 does hit.
But 2d10 plus 2. It's 8 damage from one of the carts.
All right.
And
All right. Right. All right. Oh my good lord. You guys are decimating this dragon with extraordinary power coming from all sides, but restraining it to the ground has done a huge job. And it's forced to use its action to make a check to try and escape this restraining attack.
No.
Does, totally does. Okay, fine. So it's gonna roll.
Nope.
Ew.
Not today, dragon.
Not today, dragon. Alright, in which case the dragon beats its wings against the ground, trying desperately to tear itself out of the tentacles, but the tentacles wrap around it, dragging it back to the ground like a horrible anime film, and it cannot wrestle its wings from it. They get tangled and pulled in, and the dragon can barely get a claw out to tear a strike at somebody, to the extent that it can't. I think it uses its action, so it really has nothing it can do. Looking at everything it's got. Nope, it has to use its action. Okay, in which case, Lenneth, you are up.
Alright. I'm gonna cast Disintegrate
Whoa.
Oh my god, Leonard.
And that's versus dexterity, so he's gonna have a disadvantage on
Oh
that.
god.
Oh my god, Leonard.
So good.
As Tinfa from below smashes it with lightning, Ureth on the back of its head, stabbing it into the back of the head with his blade and then grabbing on, holding on as best he can. Zeely knifing it in the tail with his knife. Like
Wooden
Seraphina
wagon.
bolting shots from a million miles away. The wizard striking down, the knights up close, and these dwarves smacking the bottom of its feet. These two carts floating in the air and mangling it in the side. And Lenneth grabs up her book, cycles to the page that she copied in the spell into, and draws out like she does, like pulls it from the book with a sheer will. This thin bead and stream of green energy, like deep, like verdant green, into the tip of her finger, which glows gently with this green light. And she casts it forward with a single, I don't know if you do like a finger gun.
A finger gun, of course.
Finger gun, and you pull the trigger in your mind, and this bead of green energy just shoots out. Poof! It blasts out with this little shell of energy that sort of shatters out of your hand as it flies forward, your hair blasting back in this ethereal wind as you strike forward, streaking this this green energy into the dragon. And the dragon tries desperately to get out of the way as it sees it coming. But the tentacles holding it in place make it difficult. It rolls with disadvantage.
Oh. Pretty good roll.
It rolled a 26 and a 23.
Oh shit, yeah, that misses.
Wow.
Oh, wait, can I do anything
Unbelievable.
to that?
Sorry?
Cutting words.
Yeah, you do have a reaction this round.
Attack roll and ability check. No, not in saves. Sorry. Carry on.
Alright.
The beam streaks out and the dragon just manages to get out of the way of it in time, pulling it against the tentacles with all its might, and the beam streaks past it, striking the wall nearby and just disintegrating the wall. In a little circular pattern, it just the wall crumbling and shattering into this rock dust that just scatters in the wind. The dragon, just like panicked, looks back to you, Lenneth, with this sort of like terror and total fury in its eyes.
That's it for my turn. Can't really do anything else.
It is going to use a... Damn it. It's going to use a legendary action to use a tail attack on Tinfa, but while it's still freaking restrained, it can only do a disadvantage attack.
This seems cruel.
That's cool. 29 disadvantage roll. No, 34. But...
So, Tinfa, you take 18 points of bludgeoning damage as it slams a tail into you.
I'll help you out with that, buddy.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
You take 2 off there. You're welcome.
So, Lenneth is done. Seraphina.
Okay, I'm gonna move out and shoot at it again. $20?
That just hits.
$17 and $16. 33 points of damage.
As the bolt careers in, striking the creature in the side. Roar, it's just panicked and furious, tearing out with its claws and tail.
And I'm gonna go for another.
That doesn't hit,
17.
unfortunately.
Okay.
as the second one ricochets off its scales, but that first one did a serious amount of damage, and the dragon, wounded from the blows like lightning still arcing across the surface of its scales, it is furious. And Neros, you're up.
Okay. How does Lady Water
Can I
work?
make a little point?
Yes?
A creature that starts its turn and is already restrained by the tentacles takes 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
Roll me 3d6 damage.
This is an OP spell.
You just
12.
You completely saved by this.
Yeah, it's me. I just can't roll higher than a 3. The tentacles, it's just luck on the dragon's part. Like, and the dragon has extraordinary strength, really, +8 modifier, but it cannot escape these tentacles, and they crush and tear at the dragon's scales, crunching, and you can hear it just kind of snapping bone as the dragon is beginning to sort of just get terrified. Out here, this should have been its area it should have been in its element, but it's on the ropes at this point. Neros, you are up, good buddy.
Yeah. I'm gonna step out and cast Healing Word on Tinfer
Oh, thank you.
at the 4th level, which was shit. 15 back.
Okay.
It's a bonus action, and as an action, I'm gonna cast Ray of Enfeeblement again. 13. I know that doesn't hit.
You shoot a ray out, and it manages to duck it. The creature, feeling like it luck might be turning. Ureth.
I step
sorry.
back and I move my zombies up just to finish my turn.
Okay. As the zombies, unfortunately slowed, trying to get into
And
battle.
I forgot to move them last turn, so.
Yeah, move them double speed this time, that's fine.
Yeah.
I want to. Can I use movement, or what can I do to try to get back on that dragon's head?
Yeah, for this, we'll say athletics check, but it should be fairly straightforward. Like, you're just climbing up the sides of now very wounded dragon. 22 as you pull yourself up onto the top of the dragon, blade in hand.
Was just like Karas? Was that just like a bonus action? Was that a movement? What was that? Just in to climb up the dragon's face?
Just movement.
Okay, so I'm going to attack with my sword. So I got advantage, right?
You do. Still, those black tentacles completely wrecking this dragon's day.
If 20 hits, then it is 9 damage.
Alright. As you plunge the blade in, spinning it around in your hand again.
12.
Oh, unlucky. That one doesn't hit.
Oh, alright. As a bonus action, Cavs, can I, let's try this out. Let's try turn my ring on.
Alright.
We'll try to kind of grab his head and just turn my ring on for right now, okay?
Okay. Locked to the back of the dragon's head, you cement in place, and dragon, as much as he tries to throw you off, cannot cast you from the back of it.
The theorem.
Yep. Well, that's next turn. Okay, turn's over.
Timfer, you're up.
Should have shield bashed it.
Oh,
Knock it to the ground. I am going to. I'm gonna cast catapult at the 5th level, and I'm gonna throw one of these other carts at him. So he has to make a dex save.
Natural 1.
Oh. So him and the cart take this much bludgeoning damage. 38.
Hey, Timfer. How you want to do this?
Oh my
God.
gosh.
With a cart.
Killed with a cart. Poor dragon just going.
Beaten to death with 3 carts.
So humiliating. Launch the cart as bait.
It's so true.
I made that 10 minutes ago. Insane.
Carts, man. How does it go, Timfer?
Just throw the cart in.
So
Stupid face.
You're welcome, Cabs.
the Lady of Waterdeep, in her last turn, used telekinesis, and with Ureth on the back, like even if Evard's tentacles had broken, in the next round the dragon couldn't have gone anywhere because the Lady of Waterdeep held it in place, and you can see her over the dragon's shoulder, just holding the dragon in place with her mind, just gripping it. The dragon kind of seizing up, unable to move, the tentacles gripping and tightening, the dragon kind of being pinched and pulled into place. Ureth holding on its back, its blade stuck into the back of the creature, with Timfer blasting lightning bolts and then picking up a cart and just hurtling it, like just so it spins in the air, rotates at him, just Zeely rears the other 2 carts back and just smacks him in the head with these 2 carts. This other cart spins as it comes forward. Seraphina taking shots with her hand crossbow, and Lenneth blasting, like crushing him with these tentacles and beaming like disintegrating spells that destroy half the keep and the rear side. And the zombies ever present trying to get in. The soldiers constantly battering at the legs of this creature, and it howls out in pain and agony and fear as the cart smashes into its chest. The two bits that the horses are tied to penetrating deep into its ribcage, and the dragon howls out and dies on the floor. A cart stuck into the chest of it, other carts just beating it over the head. And Ureth just kind of riding this dragon's head to the ground. Still just sat astride this dragon, blade in it like he was controlling it with a giant steel joystick.
Yep, a big steering wheel. Big sharp steering wheel.
Thunderspells arcs a few bolts of lightning between his fingers. And satisfied, just kind of says,
Well done. Good job, everyone. Good job.
I get up and kind of, dust myself off. And just make sure everybody's okay, look around. I go check on the lady, see how the lady's doing.
Yeah, she got tail whipped.
Are you okay, lady?
You get upstairs and she's up there sort of heading down towards you, and you kind of meet on the stairs. She's a couple of steps above you, and you kind of stumbles and catches you. She's a bit bruised, but most of it is been healed up by Zeely's whispering magic across the way, and by the enfeeblement spell, which meant that it wasn't as impactful as it could have been. And she just runs up to you, and she sees you. She's like, Ureth, I'm glad you're safe.
Are you okay?
She sort of stabilizes herself for a moment. She just says, yes, I'm fine. Dragon is nothing for a chosen of Mystra. And she kind of relaxes from it. She's like, were you riding a dragon head?
Yes, that's what I do. I'm sure you've heard tales of what I do to dragons.
She kind of takes a step down towards you and steps really close, and she places her hands on like half your chest, half your shoulders, like just on your chest, and she looks to you and she just said, I've never met a man as brave as you.
I've never met a woman like you before.
Oh my god.
I love it. More, give us more.
We better go check on everybody else.
Oh, no! You Oh,
She
man.
she pulls away and says, "Yes, we should.
Yeah.
We should tend to the wounded. The
Yes,
dragon
of course.
caused some
Yeah.
pain to a lot of people."
People are hurt. We should go check
Yes.
them out.
So she heads down with you, down back towards the group, and begins tending to the wounded lying on the ground. Many dwarves were incinerated, and obviously you guys, some of you were a bit wounded, Timfer in particular. But you tend to your wounds and celebrate as this group come together. The 10 steps up on the parapet, looks down towards everyone, and he casts Call Lightning and raises his hand to the clouds, and the clouds sort of swirl in the air and strike down into his hand. And with this flash of thunder and lightning, he shouts, "To the Blue Gnome Group, the heroes of Waterdeep!" And this strike of lightning strikes his hand and echoes throughout the land as the calls come out from this little group of people that shout your names in victory. And I go and buy some new
Heroes of
dice.
Faerun, right? I gently lower the carts, and then I cast minor illusion on the wall, and just spray up a little bit of graffiti, you know?
Okay.
Sorry, kid.
Wow.
Those tentacles.
Yeah.
Creepy.
I must felt a bit bad for the dragon. Poor dragon.
Well, you did well. A well thought out plan. Timfer managing to roll really high on deception checks to keep the dragon in line just long enough so that you could.
Now let's celebrate with thunder spells and the Lady of Waterdeep.
Yeah.
I cast Sending, but this one we can do outside game.
No, that's happening at the beginning of the next game.
Okay.
What are you sending?
No.
GG. Right, if anybody wants to play D&D again, when do you want to play?
What kind of armor is Dragon wearing? I'm just kidding.
There are a lot of pieces of this dragon that you might want to harvest. You could do that in the next game.
I am available
But whenever.
basically every day forward.
I can do Monday.
When are we playing the other game, Diggs?
We haven't set a date yet.
Alright.
So I thought, because Mark put dates up today, so I thought if we set this one and we can then set the other one.
Okay, so we'll do this one first.
Monday?
But do it to me.
Yeah. Monday's good.
Yeah.
Alright. Monday works for me.
Man. So the experience up cabs, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that. I don't think the dragon is enough experience to level you up, actually, but I think it's close. It needs to
Seriously,
be.
all that?
Hey,
All that? Still
I
not?
know, but when you're up at level 11 now, so there's.
I don't even know what we're at, like number wise.
No.
So in the last
That's told
game,
us yet.
in the last game, you earned 10,000 experience each from the last few games. I worked out the experience totals, and for this game, it's going to be 17,000 experience divided by 6. So it's going to be something like Oh, that might be enough.
10,000 plus 17 divided by 6.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Like,
It's going to
just
be. You're
under
going to be about
3,000.
2,000 experience away still. But close.
That's
You need
28,000.
15.
Yeah.
So is that 13,000 in total?
13,000?
Yep. Give or take.
Yes. Say 13,000. That's about right.
On top
And
of
given
what-
that this is the end of a major campaign, this feels like that feels like a reasonable amount.
Then we're gonna add a couple of extra thousand.
A couple of extra thousand? No. No. But who knows where the Blue Gnome Group will go next and what adventures await. Now
So
that
what
the
number
cult
are we
of
at
the
now?
dragon has been truly destroyed.
You can't say that. That's spoilers. The Galvin's still out there, so is Baron.
Yep, guys,
Oh yeah.
Tiamat's still alive, so I'm just saying.
Good luck
we're
with
at
that.
98.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. There's some guys you might want vengeance on, I think, out there somewhere.
Got a grey heart, guys.
Awesome. So, given that this is the sort of end of the campaign arc, can I just check that people are happy with me continuing to DM?
Yeah, no.
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
I mean, do you just not want to do it anymore? Are you okay with it?
No, I'm happy to do it, but I don't want you to feel like I'm, you know, if you felt like it could be better or you wanted to do something different, like, you know.
I'm okay.
I'm excited to see what scrapes we get as we get.
Everybody's alive. Look at us.
Hopefully it's not something as large scale and world ending as Tiamat.
Tiamat's still alive.
Well, she's not being summoned.
Whoa. She should just be killed.
Yeah, you can go to the 7th level hell, do that.
You know what? I might go to the 7th hell and do that. Friend.
Right.
I will go to the 7th house.
It's funny how none of us ever want to log off after the game.
No.
Just want to hang out.
How does retiring a character work? How do you normally? How do you feel about that?
There's a bunch of ways of doing it. Joseph's was unique.
Yeah. Preferably not by dying.
Well, it's not voluntary or involuntary.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've been playing for a while, like, and it's the end of a campaign arc. Yeah, I think I like these characters. I like the characters that you have, but if like anybody's not happy with it or wants to try something new or wants to, wants to, yeah, that's a possibility. Like it's doable. There's a bunch of ways of retiring your character in a kind of, the world is saved and happily ever after kind of thing, or you could have them go off on a quest NPC like and be like, and I'll play them like in the future.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
it all depends on how the next game starts.
What do you think your plans are for the next?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, campaign in mind.
Well, there's a couple of ways of doing it. Like, I think it would be good to have like a thread of a campaign that's around, but I don't like when you have such a bold campaign like this. It makes it difficult for you guys to have the freedom to just kind of explore the world and like pursue the things you want to pursue. Although the other group has like a massive quest line and they don't give a shit at all. Like they just they started a zoo and now they're going off questing looking for they found a cannibal like a lord who eats people.
I don't think we really know what we're doing though.
No. And they've gone off to go and find unique animals to add to their zoo.
Jesus Christ.
I think this group will come across it. It's not that far away geographically, so Blue Gnome Group might stumble across it at some point. At least a flyer for it to go and visit the Noble Fives group zoo. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to either really. Matt Colville talks about having sandbox campaigns where there are like a number of interesting things and threats in the world and stuff going on, and then just having them around for the players to discover and be a part of, and having enough hooks in there for interesting stuff to happen, and then just allowing the story to emerge and it be your story as a result, depending on where you go, which I quite like, and it works well with the other group. Particularly that kind of storytelling seems to work really well. But that said, if you wanted a more sort of solid campaign, then I have got one in mind that I'd quite like to do, but it's kind of up to you really. Or you're welcome to just kind of go, fuck it, we'll leave it to you, and I'll just do what we do.
I guess it would be up to you or us, but do you envision something happening like we start up right where we left off here, or happen like, our characters take a little break and time passes or something, or what?
I think that would kind of be up to you guys really. If you wanted to take a break and have your characters take a proper break, that would be fine. And if you wanted to like continue from here and just like, I don't think there's going to be anything happening immediately that suddenly pulls you into something new. It'll be you'll have some time to, but there's like loads of stuff, threads that the parties come across in the world that they've never explored, that there's opportunities to go and see, even in like things like there's a bunch that you've come across, haven't there, like relatively chunky threads of stuff that's going on you might want to pursue. Things like Lenneth's sister's got stuff going on, and that's it. The Lost Library and the
It's a lot of stuff. Everybody's got stuff.
Yeah, like Neros' stuff in the fire plane, and
yeah.
So yeah, it kind of depends, I think, how many people decide to play new characters. Because if it's like more than sort of 2 or 3, I guess it would make sense that okay, some time's passed.
That makes sense.
These people are still happen to be together, but
yeah, we get drawn together somewhere and then it starts or something.
Yeah, because if everyone's still there, it kind of wouldn't make sense that like loads of time's passed and you're all still together, but you don't know what happened in the middle.
I agree.
Well, if we're coming back together to play on Monday, then like we'll play from here on Monday, but people can like between now and then let me know what you're thinking about doing for the next for season 3 of Commit to the Role, and then we can decide like what next week is like, because next week either could be setting up for that break, like what do your characters do and what do you get into, and because who knows where some of those arcs will go. There's Lenneth and her sister, and so we could set those up, and then, for example, if you were to take a break and Lenneth and Seraphina and whoever wanted to go and visit Lenneth's sister and do that storyline, then we could play that as a small group in the intervening period, and then like other people might want to do that. Like if Neros' stuff ends up needing to go to the fire plane, then we could play that. So we just play it by ear a bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So play next week play from here, but have a think between now and then about kind of what you want to do for the next campaign, whether you want to kind of keep going with your character and see where they go, or whether you want to try something new and be a part of something different.
I think either, no matter how next session turns out, or at least what I'm trying to do, however that turns out, I probably still will retire the character.
Yeah.
I just want to resolve it and then try and retire. If not,
Yeah.
I'll still probably retire him.
I had a feeling you would. I think you multi-classed in such a way as to slightly gimp your character, and I've had that in my mind and noticed, but how you multi-class and how you generate your character kind of has to have some consequence. So, like, I've had you in mind, and I've been like, "Ugh." But when you multi-classed out of cleric into fighter, so you got fighter 3 and cleric 8,
Yeah.
and then death domain cleric, it's like, because they don't gel well together as classes, you don't deal enough damage or do enough in any individual domain. I can see that. Yeah, so I was expecting you to kind of maybe think about starting something new and wondering about building something, although that like has been historically your MO to kind of try lots of different characters,
Yeah. I
which
think
I'm kind of
it's fun.
okay with anyway. But you've been with Neros for a while, and I can see why now you might want to think about creating something new that you enjoy that is
Yeah.
built in a way that's a bit more kind of maybe useful.
Well, since you included the Templars, maybe my second character is already there.
That would be easy, like a survivor from the battle that's inspired by the group.
I was worried when you said the Templars were fighting in the keep with us. I'm like, they all die. That's a problem. But
You don't know how close they were to dying.
Yeah.
Lennith's Evard's black tentacles meant that the dragon had a choice of using fire breath or the action to break the tentacles, and had to use the action to break the tentacles, and I rolled the 3.
Good.
I don't know if I've got the Will Wheaton curse and whether I need to murder Will Wheaton to get back my mojo. I can't make fights challenging for you when I'm rolling 3s and 4s the whole game.
Can't change your dice either.
Just looking back at my D20 rolls, oh my days, my first 10 of them weren't above a 5. It goes 3, 3, 5, 4,
Pretty good, pretty
No.
good.
3.
Pretty good rolls.
I can't roll.
That's proper shit.
But that's the way the cookie crumbles. It could easily have happened the other way. I'm so sad that Lennith didn't hit with that disintegrate spell.
Yeah, I was kind of worried that thing would hit me. I was a little scared.
Oh god, that would have been fun.
Hilarious.
Want to...
Yeah,
That would have been cool, but that's why I cast one last session that actually hit something.
obliterated him. It was perfect though. You used the spell to give him disadvantage on dex saves. You waited till he was low, and you did everything right, and he just, the one time I could roll high was a time I didn't want to roll high.
Well,
That card though.
Yeah, card MVPs.
3 cards, 4 in total.
1 projectile and 3 animated cards.
Carded.
the spell seems kind of overpowered though, in comparison to. You get both restrained and the save in addition.
And take damage.
Yeah, well, disadvantage on attack and defense and dexterity saves.
Oh. That just means that Cabs have to redesign some of the future big boss fights.
Just gonna use that for everything.
Oh, you're fighting a ghost that's immune to everything, huh?
This is what, I was, Matt Colville just released a video on the mechanics, the battle mechanics, particularly with big parties and individual enemies, and some really good recommendations. And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna, you've done so well and you've set this up, I'm not gonna mess with this fight now, but for future fights I have an idea about how to kind of, 2 separate ideas about how to make them a bit more interesting, a bit more challenging. Just mechanically. This one was you doing an amazing job and rolling really well, and the dragon rolling terribly. And and having like really good thinking, like Evard's tentacles, and like everybody deliberately designing spells to hold the dragon to the ground. Perfect, like exactly what you needed to do, and get him in range of like Ureth and Timfer, and make sure Seraphina can still pop it with bolts, and it was awesome. Just really good. And you had a lot of good allies that you rolled high on persuasion checks to stick around, you know, or Ureth rolled low on persuasion checks to leave. So yeah, you did a good job. But yeah, there is a job in 5e in making single enormous enemies like a good proper challenge to fight.
I have the last 3 sessions, I would say, I have gone in with a mindset that my character would die.
Yep.
And it's just been not that scary, I guess.
Every episode. just YOLO, right?
Now, last time was pretty scary, though, when Timford did a thing with a dragon. I thought we were fucked for sure.
Yeah, that was hit or miss there.
That was on the edge. That was on the edge.
19% chance of success.
Yeah.
I've got to go to bed, guys.
Yeah, I gotta write some stuff for tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta play Dota.
See you next time.
Night, you guys.
GG, guys. No.
Good night. Thanks, Cabs.
Skip.
Until next time, peace out.